Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku fell in love with Amy Rose. Part 2. MHA x Sonic. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Sonic X Heroes by Gbstutz. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Aizawa Shota, also known as Eraserhead, was deep undercover on a mission to investigate a dangerous cult that targeted individuals with mutant quirks. His work required him to be discreet and vigilant, always ready to step in if someone was in danger. One night, while patrolling a dimly lit alley, Aizawa heard the sounds of a struggle. He quickly moved towards the noise and found Vanilla the rabbit being attacked by several cult members. They were shouting hateful things, condemning her for her appearance and quirk. Aizawa wasted no time. Using his scarf and combat skills, he swiftly neutralized the attackers, ensuring they were incapacitated and unable to harm anyone else. However, Vanilla was already unconscious from the attack. Aizawa knew he couldn't leave her there. Reluctantly, he decided to bring her back to his apartment, where she would be safe. He carried her carefully, making sure she was secure as he made his way home. The next morning, Vanilla slowly regained consciousness. She blinked her eyes open, looking around the unfamiliar room in confusion and fear. Suddenly, she sat up and shouted, "Where is my daughter, Cream?" Aizawa, who had been sitting nearby, quickly moved to her side. "Calm down," he said in his deep, steady voice. "You're safe here. You were attacked, and I brought you to my apartment to keep you safe." Vanilla's eyes were wide with panic. "My daughter, Cream. Where is she?" Her voice trembled with fear and worry. Aizawa gently placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to reassure her. "I haven't seen your daughter, but I promise I'll help you find her. Right now, you need to rest and recover. You're safe here." Vanilla looked into Aizawa's eyes, seeing the sincerity and concern in his gaze. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself. "Thank you," she whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. "Thank you for saving me." Aizawa nodded. "It's my job to help people in need, and I'll do everything I can to help you find Cream." As Vanilla rested, Aizawa began to formulate a plan to locate Cream and ensure her safety. He contacted his trusted allies and shared the details of Vanilla's situation, mobilizing a search effort. With Aizawa's determination and Vanilla's hope, they were ready to face the challenges ahead. Together, they would find Cream and protect her from those who sought to harm her. As they prepared to embark on their mission, Aizawa knew that he had made the right decision by helping Vanilla. Her trust in him and his promise to protect her and her daughter strengthened his resolve. With their shared goal, Aizawa and Vanilla set out to find Cream, ready to confront any obstacles that stood in their way. After ensuring Vanilla's safety at his apartment, Aizawa set out to find the hideout where Cream might be held. With his extensive network and resources, he finally located the hideout used by the cult members who had attacked Vanilla. Aizawa called for backup, coordinating with the police to ensure a swift and thorough operation. They arrived at the compound under the cover of darkness, ready to rescue any remaining victims and apprehend the cult members. Aizawa led the way, his eyes scanning the area for any signs of danger. The compound was eerily quiet, and as they advanced, they saw the victims fleeing into the night, their expressions a mix of fear and relief. Aizawa felt a surge of determination, knowing that they were making a difference. As they moved deeper into the compound, they passed the fallen bodies of the cult members who had been incapacitated by Uncound Party. The police followed closely behind Aizawa, ready to secure the area. They entered the main room, where the signs of the cult's activities were still evident. In the center of the room was an X-shaped post with straps, flanked by garden shears and a syringe. The sight sent a chill down Aizawa's spine, knowing the horrors that had taken place here. The police quickly moved to handcuff the remaining cult members, ensuring they were no longer a threat. As the situation was brought under control, a police officer approached Aizawa with new information. "We have identified the members," the officer said, handing Aizawa a report. "It seems that this group is made up of the Cult Rejection Clan and Humorize." Aizawa scanned the report, his expression hardening. The Cult Rejection Clan was known for their extreme views against mutant quirks, while Humorize had a history of targeting individuals with quirks they deemed dangerous. The combination of these two groups posed a significant threat. "We need to ensure that all their victims are safe and accounted for," Aizawa said firmly. and we need to gather as much evidence as possible to bring these people to justice. Izuku slowly starting to wake up from the amazing night he had with his new girlfriend, which he was still overjoyed when she confesses her feelings to him at the same time he did. Sure, they only kissed each other deeply and passionately, but for them it was the most amazing thing in the whole world. Izuku then looked down at Amy, who was sleeping peacefully on his bare chest, and she looked so beautiful that Izuku blushed deeply with a soft smile on his face. He then kissed her forehead gently and made her slime in her sleep, which made Izuku smile even more of how adorable she was and thought how lucky he that someone this perfect loved him, and he promised himself that he would protect her with his life. Just then, Izuku began looking at his right arm, which had a scar from when he had used OFA for the first time the previous week. The sight of the scar brought back vivid memories of that day, leading him into a flashback. 1 week before New Year's Eve, Izuku decided to test out his one-for-all OFA abilities, pushing his limits in an attempt to master the power. Unfortunately, things went wrong, and he broke his right arm. The pain was excruciating, and Izuku passed out from the shock. All Might, who had been overseeing the training, quickly got Izuku to the hospital. He immediately called Recovery Girl, who drove over as fast as she could. The medical staff worked swiftly to stabilize Izuku and reduce the swelling in his arm. Word of Izuku's accident spread quickly, and soon his friends and family rushed to the hospital. Inko, Amy, Momo, and Sonic all came to visit, their faces etched with worry and concern. Amy was particularly upset. She sat beside Izuku's bed, holding his uninjured hand and fighting back tears. "Izuku, you need to promise me something," she said, her voice trembling. Izuku, still groggy from the pain medication, looked at her with concern. "What is it, Amy?" Amy took a deep breath, her grip tightening on his hand. "You have to find a way to use OFA without hurting yourself. Seeing you like this, it's terrifying. I can't stand the thought of you getting hurt like this again." Izuku nodded, feeling a surge of determination despite his condition. "I promise, Amy. I'll find a way. I don't want to worry you or anyone else." Momo placed a comforting hand on Amy's shoulder. "We'll help you, Izuku. You're not alone in this. We'll find a way together." Sonic, standing at the foot of the bed, nodded in agreement. "You've got a lot of people who care about you, Izuku. We're all here to support you." Inko, her eyes red from crying, gently brushed Izuku's hair back. "Just focus on getting better, my boy. We'll take it one step at a time." Recovery Girl arrived at the hospital and immediately set to work on healing Izuku's arm. While she couldn't completely fix the damage, she accelerated the healing process and reduced the pain. "You need to be more careful, young man," she scolded gently. "Your body can only take so much." Izuku nodded, feeling both grateful and chastened. "I will, Recovery Girl. Thank you." As the group stayed by Izuku's side, their presence gave him strength and comfort. Despite the setback, he felt a renewed sense of determination. He knew he had to find a way to use OFA safely, not just for himself, but for everyone who cared about him. Izuku's heart sank as he remembered how scared, upset, and worried Amy looked. The memory of her crying shattered his heart, and he felt anger at himself for making her feel that way. He wanted to find a way to use OFA safely so Amy wouldn't have to worry about him ever again. Suddenly, a thought came to him. It was so simple. Instead of using OFA at 100% in his arm, he could just use a small percentage throughout his entire body. Izuku stopped thinking for a moment as he felt Amy slowly starting to wiggle in his arms. She rubbed her eyes before looking at him. "Aizu?" she asked, still half asleep. "Oh, good morning, Ames," Izuku said with a bright smile on his face that made Amy blush and smile in return. "Oh, good morning, Izu," Amy said before kissing him on his cheek, making Izuku smile even more. "Anyways, what do you want to do today, Izu?" Amy asked. Izuku thought about it for a moment before responding. "Well, I was thinking we could just hang out together today and maybe see a movie?" Amy's eyes lit up at the idea of their first official date. "But first, I need to test something out real quick before we get ready, if that's okay?" Izuku asked. Amy nodded and got off his chest so he could stand up. Izuku closed his eyes and began concentrating. "Just imagine OFA going through my body at 1% power," he thought to himself. When he opened his eyes, he heard Amy gasp. He quickly looked at her. "Ames? What's wrong? Are you okay?" Amy nodded before pointing at him. He looked at himself and noticed the green bioelectricity surrounding his body. He could feel the power flowing through his body in harmony. Izuku. How are you doing that? Amy exclaimed. Her jaw dropped in amazement. The green electricity surrounding his body and his glowing green eyes made him look incredibly powerful. I'm not sure how I figured this out, but I think I can use OFA without breaking my body, Izuku explained. Amy paused, recalling the promise she had made him swear after he broke his arm. She realized he was keeping that promise. Izuku, you wanted to keep that promise I made you, didn't you? Amy's eyes lit up with happiness, understanding that he wanted to use OFA safely so she wouldn't have to worry about him. Izuku nodded, smiling. Yeah, Ames. I don't want to see you upset or worried again. Amy, after hearing this, immediately pulled him into a deep and passionate kiss, which Izuku kissed back with equal passion for a few minutes before they broke the kiss for some air. The day of the entrance exam had arrived. Izuku led Amy towards UA High School, both of them feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. They boarded the subway. As they rode the subway, Izuku noticed some unsavory characters trying to grope Amy's butt. Without hesitation, he moved her around so she wouldn't be touched. The train became more crowded as they approached UA, and it seemed like there was no escape from the unwanted attention. Izuku, who had grown 2 feet taller over the past 10 months, stood by an open window with Amy. The crowded space forced Amy's smaller form to press against Izuku. Their bodies squeezed together as the train swayed with movement. The train stopped and the students began to disembark, joining the sea of aspiring heroes headed for UA High School. As they moved with the crowd, Izuku lost his footing, almost falling over. Izuku closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Izuku stopped mid-air, hovering above the ground. Izuku opened his eyes, surprised not to feel the pavement. Whoa, careful there, Silver said with a friendly smile, using his telekinesis to place Izuku on his feet. Izuku's feet hit the ground and smiled gratefully, thanks. Amy turned to Silver, her eyes lighting up. Silver, it's good to see you again. This is my boyfriend, Izuku Midoriya. Silver nodded, giving Izuku a firm handshake. Nice to meet you, Izuku. I'm Silver. Izuku smiled, appreciating the support. Thanks again for the save. Just then, a cheerful voice called out, Hey, Silver, are you okay? They turned to see Ochako Uraraka approaching them with a bright smile. Silver introduced her to the group. Izuku. Amy. This is Ochako Uraraka, my girlfriend. Ochako, these are my friends, Izuku and Amy. Ochako grinned and gave them a friendly wave. Hi, nice to meet you both, ready for the exam? As they walked towards the entrance of UA High School, the group shared their excitement and nerves about the upcoming exam. Izuku felt a renewed sense of determination, bolstered by the presence of his friends and the support they offered. Amy squeezed Izuku's hand, giving him an encouraging smile. We're all in this together. Let's do our best. The small group joined the throngs of students entering UA High School, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The teachers were there, guiding the students and providing last-minute instructions. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the energy of young heroes ready to prove themselves. As they entered the building, they were quickly separated into different groups, each being guided to their respective exam areas. Izuku found himself in a classroom with other aspiring heroes. The proctors handed out the written exam, and Izuku took a deep breath before diving into the questions. He knew that this part of the exam was just as important as the physical challenges that would follow. As Izuku filled out the questions, he felt confident in his answers. His rigorous study habits and dedication to becoming a hero were paying off. He could see Amy a few rows away, focused and determined, just like him. After completing the written exam, Izuku and the other students were guided back to the auditorium. The large room buzzed with the nervous energy of hundreds of hopeful students. They were sorted by their previous schools, and Izuku found himself sitting next to Bakugo, with Amy on his other side. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who was leaning back in his chair with a smug expression. Bakugo noticed Izuku looking at him and sneered. Don't think for a second that just because you're here, you stand a chance, Deku. Izuku remained calm, not wanting to let Bakugo's taunts get to him. We'll see about that, Kachan. Amy, sensing the tension, placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's arm. Ignore him, Izu. Focus on your own performance. The lights in the auditorium dimmed, and the large screen at the front of the room lit up. Present Mike, one of the UA teachers, appeared on the screen, his voice booming through the speakers. Welcome, applicants, to the UA High School entrance exam. You've completed the written portion, and now it's time for the practical exam. The students listened intently as Present Mike explained the details of the practical exam. They would be divided into groups and placed in different urban settings, where they would face a variety of robotic villains. Their task was to defeat these robots and accumulate points. The higher the points, the better their chances of passing the exam. As Present Mike continued to explain the rules, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and nerves. This was his chance to prove himself, to show that he had what it took to become a hero. He glanced at Amy, who gave him an encouraging nod. Bakugo, on the other hand, looked eager and confident, ready to blow away any competition that stood in his way. Izuku took a deep breath, reminding himself that he had trained hard for this moment and that he was ready. Present Mike finished his briefing and wished all the students good luck. The proctors began to guide the students to their designated areas for the practical exam. Izuku stood up, feeling a surge of determination. He knew that this was the first step towards his dream of becoming the greatest hero. Amy squeezed his hand one last time before they were separated. Good luck, Izu. You've got this. Izuku nodded, giving her a confident smile. Thanks, Ames, you too. As Izuku made his way to the exam area, he mentally prepared himself for the challenges ahead. He was ready to give it his all, to show everyone what he was capable of. With the support of his friends and his own unwavering determination, he knew he could overcome any obstacle. The practical exam was about to begin, and Izuku was ready to face it head-on. This was his moment to shine, and he wouldn't let anything stand in his way. Izuku boarded the bus that would take them to the exam site, his heart racing with anticipation. He spotted Amy and quickly made his way over to sit beside her. They were joined by Sonic, who looked equally eager. The three friends chatted excitedly about the upcoming challenge, while Iida, seated at the front, glanced back at them with a stern expression. The bus arrived at the massive gates of the exam site. The doors of the bus opened, and the students disembarked, gazing up at the towering doors of the test area. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling a mix of nerves and determination. This was his moment. As the doors opened, Izuku activated full cowl, his body surrounded by crackling green energy. He sped forward, his movements a blur as he targeted the robotic villains. With precise strikes and powerful kicks, he began to destroy the robots, earning points rapidly. In another section of the exam site, Metal Sonic was also wreaking havoc on the robotic villains. His sleek, metallic form zipped through the arena with lightning speed, tearing through the robots effortlessly. Knuckles, watching from a distance, laughed heartily. I will destroy the UA exam, he declared, enjoying the chaos. Meanwhile, Kirishima found himself facing a student with a similar quirk, Tetsu. Both boys had quirks that hardened their bodies, making them formidable opponents. They exchanged a brief, intense stare before launching into a friendly competition, each trying to outdo the other in smashing the robots. Izuku continued to push himself, moving with agility and strength. Each destroyed robot boosted his confidence, and he could feel the fruits of his training paying off. He remembered Amy's encouraging words and his promise to her. He wanted to make her proud, to show that he could handle one for all without injuring himself. In the examination room, the teachers were engaged in discussions as they watched the students destroy robots on their monitors. The atmosphere was tense but filled with anticipation. Each teacher kept a close eye on their designated students, assessing their performances and potential. All Might, standing at the front, couldn't help but grin as he watched Izuku and Amy's progress. Izuku's control over Full Cowl and Amy's determination were evident, and it filled him with pride to see how far his students had come. Suddenly, Power Loader, responsible for the construction and maintenance of the exam's robots, sputtered in surprise. Hey, who let that robot in? Is it even allowed? He exclaimed, pointing at the screen where Metal Sonic was causing havoc. Eraserhead, wrapped in his sleeping bag, looked at the monitor with a raised eyebrow. It might be a quirk, he suggested, his eyes narrowing as he considered the possibility. Despite his relaxed appearance, he was always alert to the potential threats and anomalies during the exam. Beside Eraserhead, Vanilla the Rabbit watched the screens in amazement. Vanilla had recently been hired as an English teacher, a cover that allowed Aizawa to keep her close and safe after the ordeal with the Cult Rejection Clan and Humorize. Vanilla's eyes widened as she recognized Metal Sonic and her fellow Mobians on the screen. That's Metal Sonic. And there's Knuckles, Amy and Tails. She exclaimed softly, her voice filled with both surprise and concern. The teachers exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by Vanilla's reaction. Present Mike leaned forward, intrigued. So, you know this robot? He asked, his voice amplified as usual. Vanilla nodded, her expression serious. Yes, they're from my world. Metal Sonic is a creation of Dr. Eggman, and he's incredibly powerful. Amy, Tails and Knuckles are heroes, but if Metal Sonic is here, it could be dangerous. Eraserhead frowned, considering the implications. We need to ensure the safety of our students. If Metal Sonic is a threat, we must be ready to intervene. All Might nodded in agreement. Let's keep a close watch on the situation. If things get out of hand, we'll step in. Vanilla, still watching the screens, felt a pang of worry for her friends. I hope they can handle it. Metal Sonic is not to be underestimated. As the teachers continued to monitor the screens, they watched as the students, unaware of the larger threat, continued to battle the robots. Izuku, Amy, and their friends fought valiantly, each showcasing their unique abilities and teamwork. The proctors remained on high alert, ready to step in if necessary. They trusted in the students' abilities but knew that unexpected threats required vigilance and quick responses. Vanilla's presence and her insights into the Mobians provided the teachers with valuable information. Together, they formed a united front, ready to protect their students and ensure the integrity of the exam. As the practical exam progressed, the teachers' discussions and observations highlighted the complexity and unpredictability of the challenges ahead. With their combined knowledge and dedication, they were prepared to guide and protect the next generation of heroes. Back in the examination room, the teachers observed Metal Sonic's actions closely. Despite Powerloader's initial concern, it became evident that Metal Sonic was not posing a threat to the students. He was efficiently destroying the robots but did not harm any of the students. Looks like he's focused on the robots, Powerloader remarked, slightly relieved. As long as he's not attacking the students, we can let it slide. Meanwhile, at another part of the test site, Tails, May, and Mina were working together to fend off the robots. Tails used his flight to scout the area from above, providing valuable intel to May and Mina, who were on the ground taking down the mechanical foes. In a flashback, Tails, May had a conversation. So, May, have you thought about becoming a hero as well as working in support? Tails asked. May, looking down, replied, I want to create the best gear for heroes. How can I do that and become a hero? Mina chimed in. Just look at Powerloader. He's a hero and a support course teacher. He designs gadgets that help us all and fights when needed. You can do both if you have the passion for it. Tails nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. I want to help people, whether it's on the front lines or behind the scenes. Being a hero and an inventor sounds like the perfect combination. May nodded, saying, I'll do it. In another testing site, Silver was sprinting through the area, his telekinetic powers helping him maneuver quickly. As he ran, a large robot loomed behind him, ready to strike. Just as the robot's arm was about to come down, a blur of movement appeared. Espio the chameleon materialized out of thin air, using his camouflage ability to surprise the robot. With swift and precise movements, Espio disabled the robot, saving Silver from the impending attack. Silver skidded to a halt, turning to see his rescuer. Espio, thanks for the save, he panted, grateful for the timely intervention. Espio nodded, his expression calm and focused. No problem, Silver. Stay alert. These robots are relentless. Back in the examination room, the teachers watched the various scenes unfold. Present Mike commented on the teamwork and skill being displayed. These kids are really something, aren't they? We've got inventors, fighters, and strategists all working together. All Might nodded in agreement. Indeed. This year's batch shows a lot of promise. Their ability to adapt and support each other is impressive. Vanilla, still watching the screens, felt a wave of relief seeing her fellow Mobians safe and working together. She turned to Aizawa. They're doing well. Thank you for letting me stay and watch. Aizawa gave a small nod, his usual stoic expression softening slightly. It's important to keep an eye on things. I'm glad you're here to provide insight. As the practical exam continued, The students continued to push their limits, demonstrating their abilities and teamwork. Izuku, Amy, and Ochako were making significant progress, each showcasing their unique skills. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the test site, followed by the ground shaking violently. The students looked around in confusion and fear as the massive zero-pointer robot emerged from behind a building. Its towering form cast a shadow over the entire area, and its presence sent a wave of panic through the students. Seeing the zero-pointer approach, Amy's heart raced. She quickly noticed that the brunette was directly in its path, trapped underneath rubble, seemingly unaware of the danger. Without hesitation, Amy sprinted towards her, her determination to protect her overriding her fear. Amy started to dig Ochako out of the rubble as the zero-pointer got closer. As it punched another building, rubble came crashing down as Amy was stuck. "Aims!" Izuku yelled, activating full cowl and charging towards them. He punched the rubble, which went flying. He grabbed Amy and Ochako and leapt to safety, using his enhanced speed and agility to avoid the zero-pointer's attacks. Izuku then set them down away from harm. As he stared down the zero-pointer, he used full cowling to jump. With a powerful punch, Izuku struck the zero-pointer's weak spot, causing it to malfunction and collapse. The massive robot fell to the ground with a resounding crash, signaling the end of the threat. Ochako smacked Izuku, stopping him from falling. The students around them cheered, impressed by their teamwork and bravery. Izuku stood, catching his breath and feeling a sense of accomplishment. "You did it, Izu," Amy said, smiling at Izuku and Ochako. Izuku nodded, a proud smile on his face. "Thanks." In the examination room, the teachers watched the entire scene unfold. All Might's grin widened, proud of his students' actions. They've got the spirit of true heroes. Eraserhead, still in his sleeping bag, nodded in agreement. They showed excellent quick thinking. They have potential. Vanilla, who had been watching with bated breath, sighed in relief. She knew her fellow Mobians were strong, but seeing them work together with the students of UA was heartwarming. With the practical exam completed, Izuku, Amy, Ochako, and the other students made their way back to the auditorium. They were exhausted but exhilarated, knowing they had given their best. Back at the exam, Izuku started yelling, as his arm had shattered like it did the first time. "Here is gummies, anyone in need of my assistance come forward." The crowd broke as an old lady with a giant syringe walking stick moved through the crowd handing out gummies. She walked up to them. "It seems despite the training you did, you still broke your arm. It seems that the oaf still has so much to learn this year. Now give me some sugar," said Recovery Girl, kissing his arm. The arm glowed as the bones went back into place. Izuku bent his arm as it made a cracking noise. Shadow's eyes fluttered open, and he found himself in a sterile, white lab. The beeping of medical equipment and the sterile smell of disinfectant immediately triggered his memories. He hated labs, all because Professor Gerald Robotnik had created him in one. The memories of those days flooded back, Professor Robotnik shooting lasers and other weapons at him to test his durability, the pain, and the fear. Shadow felt a surge of panic. The PTSD from those days in the lab hit him hard. He remembered every painful experiment, every test of his strength. But amidst those memories, there was one that stood out more than the others, Maria Robotnik. Sweet, kind Maria, who had been sick and on the verge of death. He had vowed to save her. Shadow remembered the syringe with the group's DNA mixed with Maria's. His mission had been clear: use the syringe to save Maria, with the green Chaos Emerald to amplify the effects. But now, Shadow's heart raced as he realized he didn't know where the syringe was. Panic set in as he feared it was lost. A soft gasp from his side broke his panicked thoughts. Shadow turned his head and gasped. Standing there was a girl who looked strikingly similar to Maria. She had the same gentle eyes, the same soft features, though her chest was noticeably larger, which made Shadow blush despite himself. The girl, Melissa Shield, noticed his blush and gave a reassuring smile. She took out the syringe, holding it carefully. "Is this what you're looking for?" she asked, her voice gentle but firm. Shadow's eyes widened in relief and confusion. "Yes, that's it," he said, his voice rough from disuse. "How did you?" Melissa explained. "I found it among your belongings and analyzed it. I understand its importance, though I'm still figuring out exactly how it works. Melissa sat beside him, her expression serious yet kind. My name is Melissa Shield. I found you unconscious and brought you here to Island. I've been working on repairing your inhibitor rings and analyzing the contents of this syringe. Shadow looked at her, still trying to piece together his situation. You look so much like Maria, he said softly, his heart aching with the memory of his lost friend. Melissa nodded, understanding the weight of his words. I've heard about Maria from your recordings. I want to help you, Shadow. Tell me what I can do. Shadow took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. I need to use that syringe with the green Chaos Emerald to save Maria. But Maria, she's gone. The mission is incomplete. Melissa reached out, placing a comforting hand on his arm. Shadow, you're in a different world now. Maybe we can find a way to use this technology to help others here. You have a new chance to be a hero. Shadow felt a spark of determination reignite within him. He had a new purpose, a new chance to make a difference. With Melissa's help, he could continue his mission, even if it was in a different form. Shadow nodded, feeling a sense of resolve. Thank you, Melissa. Let's figure out how to use this technology for good. And let's find a way to honor Maria's memory. Melissa smiled, her eyes shining with determination. We'll do it together, Shadow. You're not alone. Izuku was in a state of panic. He had pushed himself too hard, and now his body was paying the price. His arm was broken, pain radiating through his entire body. The tears welled up in his eyes as he realized he had not only injured himself but also broken a promise. The promise was one he had made to Amy, the promise to find a way to use one for all without hurting himself. As he lay there, pain coursing through him, the weight of his failure settled heavily on his heart. He could see the worry etched on Amy's face, and it made the guilt even harder to bear. Through the haze of his panic and tears, Izuku felt the soft touch of Amy's lips against his. It was a gentle, comforting kiss, and for a moment, it seemed to ease his pain. When she pulled back, her eyes met his, filled with a mixture of concern and determination. Don't cry, the punishment is that you have to take me on a date, Amy said, her voice firm yet comforting. Izuku blinked, momentarily stunned by her words. The unexpectedness of the statement, coupled with the tenderness of her kiss, made his heart skip a beat. Despite the pain and the panic, a small, shaky smile formed on his lips. A date? He stammered, still trying to process her words. Amy nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. Yes, a date. You need to stop being so hard on yourself, Izuku. You're always pushing yourself to the limit, and you're always worrying about everyone else. It's time you do something for yourself, and for me. Izuku's heart swelled with emotion. Amy's words were like a balm to his wounded spirit. He realized that she wasn't just trying to distract him from his pain. She was reminding him that there was more to life than just training and being a hero. She was reminding him of the importance of taking care of himself and cherishing the moments of happiness and love that they could share together. With renewed determination, Izuku took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Amy. I promise I'll find a way to control my power without getting hurt. And, I'll take you on that date. I owe you that much. Amy's smile widened, her eyes shining with affection. I'm holding you to that, Izuku. And remember, you don't have to carry all the burdens alone. We're in this together. 2 weeks before the day of the UA High School recommendation exam has arrived. The tension in the air was palpable as students from all over gathered, each hoping to secure a spot in the prestigious hero course. Among them were Shoto Todoroki, Blaze the Cat, Sonic the Hedgehog, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Shoto and Blaze arrived together, walking side by side. They had grown close over the past few months, their bond strengthened by their shared experiences and training. As they entered the exam grounds, Blaze spotted a familiar blue blur. Looks like Sonic is here, she said, nodding towards the entrance. Sonic the Hedgehog sped into the exam grounds, stopping just in front of the entrance with his trademark grin. Beside him, Momo Yaoyorozu walked gracefully, her presence commanding attention. Sonic! Blaze called out, waving to them. The four friends gathered, exchanging greetings and smiles. It's so good to see you all here, Momo said warmly. I knew you'd be here, Shoto, but it's great to see you too. Sonic nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it's awesome to see everyone. We've got quite the crew here. They found a quiet spot to sit and talk before the exam began, sharing their stories of how they met. Blaze smiled as she began their story. Shoto and I met in a rather unexpected way. I was traveling through dimensional portals and got pulled into this world. I ended up in his backyard, hiding in a bush. Shoto continued, I was training, and my father was being his usual intense self. Blaze fell out of the bush, and I was. Well, I was surprised to say the least. We started talking, and I found out she was from another world. We've been helping each other train ever since. Blaze nodded, her eyes softening as she looked at Shoto. He's been a great friend and has helped me understand and control my fire abilities better. Sonic grinned, eager to share his story. I met Momo in a bit of a whirlwind. I was exploring this world and ended up at her family's estate by accident. Fell in her swimming pool. Momo laughed, recalling the memory. I remember being quite shocked to see a blue hedgehog in my pool. But after we talked, I realized Sonic was just curious and meant no harm. We became friends quickly, and I've been helping him understand more about this world. Sonic added, Momo's been amazing. She's so smart and resourceful. She's also been helping me learn more about technology here, and I've been showing her some cool tricks from my world. As they finished their stories, a sense of camaraderie and shared purpose filled the group. They were all from different backgrounds and had unique abilities, but they were united by their goal of becoming heroes. Blaze looked at her friends, feeling a surge of determination. We're all here because we want to make a difference. Let's give this exam everything we've got. Shoto nodded, his expression serious but confident. Agreed. We've all worked hard to get here. Let's show them what we're capable of. They were led inside. There were 32 students gaining for the 4 spots. They found themselves in a makeshift obstacle race. The friends split up. The one to get first place moves on to the next test. To raise the stakes even more this year, we opened 2 additional spots. Yes, that's right, 6 total spots. The 2 additional spots will be selected randomly, so if you get second place you might move on. Sonic looked around at his competition. The organizers had split everyone into 8 groups of 4 people each, and it was clear that this was going to be an intense test of their abilities. The gate ahead of them was about to come down, signaling the start of the first challenge. As the gate came down, Sonic's world slowed. His reflexes kicked in, and he dashed forward, leaving his competitors behind. He effortlessly jumped over a pit, his feet barely touching the ground before he was airborne again. He reached a rock wall and scrambled up it with ease, his agility unmatched. Sonic sped across a small pond, his speed allowing him to practically skim the surface. He reached the monkey bars, swinging across them swiftly. However, he spotted drones slowly moving towards him, aiming to shoot and hinder his progress. With a quick drop to the ground, he evaded the drones and continued his sprint towards the finish line. Time seemed to resume its normal pace as Sonic crossed the finish line, his heart pounding with exhilaration. He looked back to see how his competitors were faring. Seconds later, a portal opened up, and a student appeared. She had a grin on her face, but there was a hint of sadness in her eyes as she spotted Sonic. Sonic didn't have much time to think about the student or her expression. He was already being ushered towards the next challenge. His focus shifted back to the task at hand, ready to face whatever came next. He glanced back one last time, giving the student a quick nod of acknowledgement before moving on. Meanwhile, Momo Yaoyorozu observed her competition. The 3 candidates with her all had impressive quirks. One of them, a student with the ability to create armor from water, caught her attention. The gate slowly opened, and Momo took a deep breath, ready to showcase her skills. She started by analyzing the course and quickly creating a plan in her mind. The course began with a series of hurdles, which Momo cleared with agility and grace. She then faced a section filled with swinging pendulums designed to knock participants off balance. Momo used her quirk to create a shield, timing her movements perfectly to avoid the obstacles. As she moved forward, she encountered the student with the water armor. They were skillfully using their quirk to block attacks from automated turrets. Momo admired their ability but stayed focused on her own strategy. The final part of the course involved a steep incline covered in slippery oil. Momo quickly created a grappling hook and used it to scale the slope with ease. As she reached the top, she glanced back to see her competitors struggling. Momo sprinted towards the finish line, crossing it with a sense of accomplishment. Shoto Todoroki stood at the starting line, waiting for the gates to drop. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a tall boy staring at him. His mind wandered to Blaze and how she had broken through the walls he had built around his heart. She had found a loophole and tore his promise to pieces, bringing light to his darkness. The tall boy walked over and offered his hand. "My name is Yoarashi Inasa," he said with a friendly smile. Inasa Yoarashi had been expecting someone with the same icy demeanor as Endeavor, but instead, he saw a boy with a soft smile and a blush that hinted at thoughts of someone special. Realizing that Todoroki was not like his father, Inasa felt a sense of relief and respect. After their brief interaction, the gate began to lower. As it hit the ground, Todoroki took off, creating an ice path with his feet. He used one hand to shoot flames while forming ice with the other, stabilizing himself and moving swiftly. Yoarashi took to the sky, creating a powerful tornado that knocked out several competitors. He followed Todoroki, maneuvering through the obstacles with ease. The two boys were neck and neck, each showcasing their unique abilities. As they approached the finish line, Todoroki pushed himself harder, his determination evident. He crossed the line just ahead of Yoarashi. Panting slightly, he turned to Yoarashi with a smile. "It was nice to meet you. Maybe we can exchange numbers," Shoto suggested, extending his hand. Yoarashi nodded, pulling out his phone. They opened their apps and tapped their phones together, exchanging contact information with a chime. With the first challenge complete, Shoto and Yoarashi felt a newfound respect for each other. They had pushed each other to their limits and emerged stronger for it. As they prepared for the next challenge, Shoto couldn't help but feel grateful for the unexpected connection. He had found a potential friend in Yoarashi. Blaze the cat stood at the starting line, her eyes scanning the competition. She had one trick up her sleeve, something she hadn't even told Shoto about. As the anticipation built, she nodded to herself, deciding to use her secret ability if necessary. The gate began to lower, signaling the start of the race. Blaze took a deep breath, her heart pounding with excitement and determination. As soon as the gate hit the ground, she activated her dimensional travel ability, a power she rarely used. The 10 remaining recommendation students, eager to win, entered the next room for the double elimination tournament. Each competitor was determined to showcase their abilities and secure their spot at UA High School. Initial pairings, Round 1. Shoto Todoroki vs. Blaze the Cat. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Setsuna Tokage. Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Inasa Yoarashi. Juzo Honanuki vs. Haruto Sakamoto. Rina Takahashi vs. Yuto Nakamura. Round 1. Blaze stepped into a shimmering tunnel that appeared before her, the world around her becoming a blur. The tunnel was a bridge between dimensions, allowing her to move through space in an instant. As she walked through the tunnel, she focused on her destination, the finish line. Seconds later, Blaze emerged from the tunnel, her feet touching the ground just past the finish line. Expanded tournament rounds. Initial pairings, Round 1. Shoto Todoroki vs. Blaze the Cat. Shoto and Blaze stood opposite each other, both determined to win. Shoto created an ice path to corner Blaze, who responded with her fire abilities. Shoto's precise control over his elements allowed him to outmaneuver Blaze, freezing her in place before using his flames to create a wall of heat, forcing her to yield. Result: Shoto Todoroki wins. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Setsuna Tokage. Momo utilized her quirk, creation, to produce various tools and gadgets. Setsuna, who could split her body into pieces, tried to confuse and overwhelm Momo. However, Momo's strategic thinking and adaptability allowed her to anticipate Setsuna's moves. She created a series of barriers and traps, finally cornering Setsuna and securing her victory. Result: Momo Yaoyorozu wins. Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Inasa Yoarashi. Sonic's speed clashed with Inasa's powerful wind quirk. Inasa tried to create tornadoes to trap Sonic, but Sonic's agility and quick reflexes allowed him to dodge the attacks and close the distance. With a series of rapid strikes, Sonic disoriented Inasa and managed to knock him out of bounds. Result: Sonic the Hedgehog wins. Juzo Honanuki vs. Haruto Sakamoto. Juzo's ability to soften and manipulate the ground gave him a strategic advantage. He used his quirk to turn the ground beneath Haruto into a quicksand-like substance, trapping him. Haruto struggled to free himself, but Juzo's control was too strong, and Haruto was forced to concede. Result: Juzo Hononuki wins. Rina Takahashi vs. Yuto Nakamura. Rina's precision and quick reflexes outmatched Yuto's abilities. She used her quirk to create a barrage of projectiles, keeping Yuto on the defensive. Despite his best efforts to counter, Rina's relentless assault overwhelmed him, leading to her victory. Result: Rina Takahashi wins. Winners Bracket Round 2. Shoto Todoroki vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Shoto's elemental control faced off against Momo's versatility. Momo created various weapons and shields, trying to counter Shoto's ice and fire attacks. However, Shoto's relentless assault with both elements gradually wore down Momo's defenses. He created an ice prison around her, sealing his victory. Result: Shoto Todoroki wins. Sonic the Hedgehog vs. Juzo Hononuki. Sonic's speed met Juzo's ground manipulation. Juzo tried to trap Sonic by softening the ground, but Sonic's agility allowed him to stay on solid footing. Sonic's rapid movements confused Juzo, and he managed to land several decisive blows, securing his win. Result: Sonic the Hedgehog wins. Rina Takahashi by the next round. Rina advanced to the next round due to the odd number of participants. Losers Bracket Round 2. Blaze the Cat vs. Setsuna Tokage. Blaze's fire abilities and agility gave her an advantage over Setsuna. Setsuna attempted to split her body and attack from multiple angles, but Blaze's precision with her flames allowed her to neutralize Setsuna's attacks. With a final burst of fire, Blaze incapacitated Setsuna. Result: Blaze the Cat wins. Inasa Yoarashi vs. Haruto Sakamoto. Inasa's powerful wind quirk overwhelmed Haruto, who struggled to maintain his footing. Inasa created a massive gust that lifted Haruto off the ground and sent him flying out of bounds, securing the win. Result: Inasa Yoarashi wins. Yuto Nakamura by the next round. Yuto advanced to the next round due to the odd number of participants. Winners Bracket Round 3. Shoto Todoroki vs. Sonic the Hedgehog. Shoto and Sonic faced off in an intense battle. Shoto created an ice rink to slow Sonic down, but Sonic's speed allowed him to maneuver with ease. Shoto then used his fire to melt the ice and create steam, obscuring Sonic's vision. With a powerful blast of ice, Shoto managed to freeze Sonic's feet, temporarily immobilizing him and securing the win. Result: Shoto Todoroki wins. Rina Takahashi by the Winners Bracket Final. Rina advanced to the final of the Winners Bracket due to the odd number of participants. Losers Bracket Round 3. Blaze the Cat vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. Blaze and Momo faced off, each bringing their unique abilities to the battle. Momo created various weapons and traps, but Blaze's agility and fire abilities allowed her to avoid them. Blaze closed the distance and used her flames to disarm Momo, forcing her to yield. Result: Blaze the Cat wins. Juzo Hononuki vs. Inasa Yoarashi. Inasa's wind quirk clashed with Juzo's ground manipulation. Juzo tried to trap Inasa by softening the ground, but Inasa's powerful gusts kept him aloft. In a final push, Inasa created a massive tornado that engulfed Juzo, leaving him unable to counter. Result: Inasa Yoarashi wins. Setsuna Tokage vs. Yuto Nakamura. Setsuna, given another chance, used her ability to split her body into pieces to outmaneuver Yuto. She overwhelmed him with simultaneous attacks from multiple directions, securing her victory. Result: Setsuna Tokage wins. Winners Bracket Final. Shoto Todoroki vs. Rina Takahashi. Shoto's control over his ice and fire proved too much for Rina. Despite her precision and quick reflexes, Shoto's relentless assault with both elements left her with no openings to counter. He created a wall of ice that cornered Rina, sealing his victory. Result: Shoto Todoroki wins. Losers Bracket Round 4. Blaze the Cat vs. Sonic the Hedgehog. Blaze and Sonic faced off in a heartfelt battle between friends. Blaze's determination and fire abilities clashed with Sonic's speed. Despite Sonic's agility, Blaze managed to anticipate his movements and land critical hits. Sonic, Realizing Blaze's determination, ultimately conceded. Result: Blaze the cat wins. Juzo Hononuki vs. Setsuna Tokage. Juzo's ground manipulation outmatched Setsuna's abilities. He created quicksand traps that Setsuna couldn't avoid, and despite her attempts to split and escape, Juzo's control over the terrain was too strong. Result: Juzo Hononuki wins. Losers Bracket Semifinal. Blaze the cat vs. Juzo Hononuki. Blaze's fire abilities and agility helped her overcome Juzo's ground manipulation. She used her flames to harden the softened ground, nullifying Juzo's traps. With a final burst of fire, Blaze secured her victory. Result: Blaze the cat wins. Losers Bracket Final. Blaze the cat vs. Rina Takahashi. Blaze's determination and fiery attacks clashed with Rina's precision. Despite Rina's quick reflexes, Blaze's relentless assault with her flames left Rina with no chance to counter. Blaze's final burst of fire overwhelmed Rina, securing her spot in the grand final. Result: Blaze the cat wins. Grand Final. Shoto Todoroki vs. Blaze the cat. In the final showdown, Shoto and Blaze faced off in an intense battle. Blaze used her fire abilities to their fullest, but Shoto's mastery over both ice and fire proved overwhelming. He created a battlefield that alternated between extreme heat and cold, keeping Blaze on the defensive. With a final, powerful blast of ice and fire, Shoto secured his victory. Result: Shoto Todoroki wins. Final winners: Shoto Todoroki, Blaze the cat, Momo Yaoyorozu, Setsuna Tokage, Sonic the Hedgehog, Juzo Hononuki. The tournament concluded with Shoto Todoroki emerging as the winner, showcasing his incredible control over his quirk. Blaze the cat proved to be a formidable opponent, earning respect and admiration from her peers. The bonds forged during this tournament would strengthen their resolve as they continued their journey to become heroes. The remaining 6 recommended students walked through the next door into a waiting room with 2 doors. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. They had just showcased their abilities in the tournament, and now it was time for the final evaluation. Principal Nezu appeared, addressing the group. "You will be interviewed one by one," he announced. "Sonic, you're up first." Sonic the Hedgehog took a deep breath and walked through the door into an office with a desk and a door behind it. Principal Nezu sat in the chair, a friendly yet calculating expression on his face. "Please, have a seat," Nezu gestured, and Sonic sat down. "Would you like some tea?" Nezu offered, pouring hot water from a kettle into a cup and then pushing it over to Sonic. "Sure, thanks," Sonic replied, taking the cup. Nezu leaned back in his chair, his eyes sharp and inquisitive. "First question. What makes a hero to you, in your definition?" Sonic paused for a moment, considering his answer. He took a sip of tea and began, "To me, a hero is someone who stands up for what's right, no matter the odds. It's about protecting those who can't protect themselves and being a beacon of hope. A hero is someone who inspires others to be better and to believe in the possibility of a brighter future." Nezu nodded, pleased with Sonic's thoughtful response. "A very noble definition. Can you tell me about a time when you had to make a difficult decision in the face of danger?" Sonic thought back to his many adventures. "There was this one time when Dr. Eggman had captured my friends. He created a machine that was draining the energy from our world. I had to decide whether to save my friends first or stop the machine. It was a tough call, but I realized that stopping the machine would save not just my friends, but everyone. So, I focused on the machine, and thankfully, I managed to stop it in time to save my friends too." Nezu smiled, clearly impressed. "That demonstrates a strong sense of prioritization and bravery. Now, what do you believe is your greatest strength, and what is your greatest weakness?" Sonic took another sip of tea, gathering his thoughts. "My greatest strength is my speed and my determination. I never give up, no matter how tough things get. But my greatest weakness, I'd say it's my impulsiveness. Sometimes, I act before thinking things through completely, and that can get me into trouble." Nezu nodded, appreciating Sonic's honesty. Being aware of one's weaknesses is the first step towards overcoming them. "How do you plan to improve on this weakness?" Sonic responded, "I've been working on it by trying to take a moment to assess situations before jumping in. I've also been learning from my friends, who help me see things from different perspectives and remind me to think things through. Nezu smiled warmly. It seems you are on the right path, Sonic. Finally, why do you want to attend the UA high school? Sonic's eyes lit up with determination. I want to attend the UA because it's the best place to learn how to become a true hero. I want to hone my skills, learn from the best, and be part of a community that strives to make the world a better place. I believe UA can help me reach my full potential and become the hero I aspire to be. Nezu stood up, extending his hand to Sonic. Thank you, Sonic. That concludes your interview. You've given us a lot to think about. You can head back to the waiting room. Sonic shook Nezu's hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Sonic walked back into the waiting room, his confidence bolstered by the successful interview. The next student was called in, and Sonic took a seat, feeling hopeful about his future at UA high school. Momo was called next. She took a deep breath and entered the office, where Principal Nezu sat behind his desk, the same friendly yet sharp expression on his face. Please, have a seat, Momo, Nezu gestured. Momo sat down, smoothing her skirt nervously. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Would you like some tea? Nezu offered, pouring a cup and pushing it towards her. Yes, please, Momo replied, taking the cup with a grateful smile. Nezu leaned back in his chair, studying her. First question. What makes a hero to you, in your definition? Momo took a moment to compose her thoughts. To me, a hero is someone who is selfless, courageous, and always willing to help others, no matter the cost. It's about using one's abilities to protect and inspire those who can't defend themselves. Nezu nodded, impressed. A noble sentiment. Can you tell me about a time when you had to make a difficult decision in the face of danger? Momo thought back to her experiences. As an heiress to a wealthy organization, I often get kidnapped. During one of them, I had to decide whether to create a weapon to fight off my attackers or a shield to protect the civilians on the street. I chose to create a shield because I knew that protecting the innocent was the most important thing at that moment. Nezu smiled. A wise choice. What do you believe is your greatest strength, and what is your greatest weakness? Momo answered thoughtfully. My greatest strength is the versatility of my quirk, creation. I can create a wide variety of objects to suit any situation. However, this is also my greatest weakness. Sometimes, I pause to think of the many items I could create, which can lead to hesitation and lost time. Nezu nodded. Being aware of one's weaknesses is the first step towards overcoming them. How do you plan to improve on this? Momo replied, I plan to practice quick decision-making under pressure and to create a mental list of essential items for different situations. This way, I can react faster without overthinking. Nezu smiled warmly. An excellent strategy, Momo. Finally, why do you want to attend UA high school? Momo's eyes shone with determination. I want to attend the UA because it's the best place to develop my skills and become a true hero. I want to learn from the best and be part of a community dedicated to making the world a better place. UA is the perfect environment to help me reach my full potential. Nezu stood up, extending his hand. Thank you, Momo. That concludes your interview. You've given us a lot to consider. You can head back to the waiting room. Momo shook Nezu's hand, feeling a sense of relief and accomplishment. Thank you, Principal Nezu. The other students followed suit, each entering the office one by one to face their interview with Principal Nezu. Blaze entered the room with her usual grace. Nezu offered her tea, which she accepted politely. First question. What makes a hero to you, in your definition? Blaze thought for a moment. A hero is someone who protects others and stands up for justice, even when it's difficult. It's about using one's power responsibly and being a symbol of hope. Nezu nodded, asking her to describe a difficult decision she had faced. Blaze recounted a time when she had to choose between saving a friend or stopping a disaster. She chose to stop the disaster, knowing it would save many more lives in the long run. When asked about her strengths and weaknesses, Blaze admitted that her greatest strength was her control over fire, but her greatest weakness was her struggle with teamwork. She planned to improve by working closely with her peers and learning to rely on others. Finally, Blaze expressed her desire to attend UA to become a better hero and to learn how to work effectively with a team. Setsuna entered the office with a confident stride. She accepted Nezu's offer of tea and listened attentively to his questions. First question. What makes a hero to you, in your definition? Setsuna responded confidently. A hero is someone who uses their abilities to protect others and fight for justice, regardless of the personal cost. She shared an experience from a training exercise set up by her past school where she had to choose between saving herself or ensuring her team's victory. She chose the latter, demonstrating her selflessness. Regarding her strengths and weaknesses, Setsuna acknowledged her adaptability and strategic thinking but admitted that her tendency to act independently could sometimes be a hindrance. She planned to improve by working on her communication skills and learning to trust her teammates more. Setsuna expressed her desire to attend UA to further hone her skills and learn from the best heroes in the field. Juzo Honanuki's interview. Juzo entered the office with a calm demeanor. He accepted Nezu's offer of tea and prepared to answer the questions. First question. What makes a hero to you, in your definition? Juzo answered thoughtfully. A hero is someone who acts selflessly and uses their abilities to protect and uplift others. It's about integrity, bravery, and the desire to make a positive impact. He used his quirk to create safe paths for his classmates, prioritizing their safety over his own success. Juzo's greatest strength was his strategic mind, but his weakness lay in his tendency to overthink. He planned to improve by trusting his instincts more and reacting faster in critical situations. Juzo expressed his desire to attend UA to learn from the best and to develop his abilities to their fullest potential. Back to the waiting room. As each student returned to the waiting room, they shared their experiences and supported each other. The interviews had been challenging, but they all felt a sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. Principal Nezu soon reappeared, smiling warmly. Thank you all for your time and thoughtful answers. We'll be reviewing everything carefully. You should hear from us soon. Izuku led Amy toward the new restaurant that had just opened, the Green Cloud Restaurant. A big black dog with luscious fur lay sleeping peacefully in front of the entrance, adding to the charming, welcoming atmosphere. As they entered the restaurant, a tiny bell above the door chimed happily. Ding! 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 Izuku and Amy breathed in the cozy, inviting atmosphere. The restaurant was tastefully decorated with green upholstered booth seating and wooden tables, providing a comfortable dining experience. High bar stools lined a wooden bar counter, adding a touch of casual elegance. Lantern-style lights were placed on the tables and bar, casting a warm, ambient glow across the space. Large windows allow natural light to flood the interior, offering a scenic view of the outdoors, including trees and a glimpse of water in the background. The decor included framed pictures and a surfboard mounted on the wall, suggesting a coastal or beachside theme. Ceiling fans added to the comfort, gently stirring the air. The bar area had a canopy with writing, likely the name or a slogan of the restaurant. The counter was equipped with a coffee machine and other essentials, giving it a homely, yet professional feel. The chef walked out, welcoming them while wearing green chef attire. "Welcome. What can I do for you?" he said with a warm smile. Before they could respond, the tiny bell chimed again. Ding! 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 New customers had arrived. Amy turned to see Tails and May standing in the doorway. "Amy," said Tails. "So you're on a date," Amy said, smiling. Tails nodded. "Do you want to make it a double?" he asked. Amy nodded enthusiastically. "Four, please," said Izuku. "Right this way," said the chef as he led them to a table next to a lush, green plant. They sat down, and a sense of calm washed over them. The plant beside them seemed to absorb all their fears and bad thoughts, leaving them relaxed and happy. Izuku looked over the menu, impressed by the variety of dishes. Starters: chili dog bites. Mini chili dogs topped with cheese and onions, served with a side of spicy mustard. A nod to Sonic's favorite food. Tornado wings. Spicy buffalo wings with a tangy twist, served with celery sticks and blue cheese dip. Main courses: super chili dog. A jumbo hot dog smothered in rich chili, cheese, onions, and jalapenos, served with crispy fries. Emerald burger. A hearty burger topped with emerald green guacamole, lettuce, tomato, and a special secret sauce, served with a side of onion rings. Rose garden salad. A fresh and vibrant salad with mixed greens, cherry tomatoes, strawberries, feta cheese, and a balsamic vinaigrette. Rosy roast chicken. A succulent roast chicken seasoned with a blend of herbs and spices, served with a side of roasted vegetables and mashed potatoes. Dark matter steak. A perfectly grilled steak, seasoned with a blend of dark spices, and served with garlic mashed potatoes and steamed broccoli. Knuckle sandwich. A classic club sandwich with turkey, ham, bacon, lettuce, tomato, and mayo. Sides cornbread muffins. Warm, buttery cornbread muffins served with honey butter. Tater tots. Crispy golden tater tots with a side of cheese sauce. Desserts carrot cake. A slice of rich and moist carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. Speedy sundae. A sundae with vanilla ice cream, hot fudge, whipped cream, and a cherry on top. Perfect for a quick treat. Chaos emerald jelly. Colorful fruit jelly cups shaped like chaos emeralds, in assorted fruity flavors. Drinks blue blur slushy. A refreshing blue raspberry slushy with a hint of lemon. Tinker tea. A cool and calming iced tea with a splash of lemon. Power punch. A fruity punch with a mix of tropical flavors, sure to pack a punch. Special hearty meatloaf. A classic, home-cooked meatloaf made just like Mom used to make, seasoned to perfection with a blend of herbs and spices, topped with a tangy tomato glaze, and served with creamy mashed potatoes and green beans. This comforting dish is sure to bring tears of love and nostalgia, reminding them of the warmth and love of their mother's kitchen. Izuku chose the dark matter steak. Tails went with the tornado wings and tater tots. May opted for the emerald burger and tater tots. Amy, feeling nostalgic, ordered the hearty meatloaf, as the picture reminded her of how her mom used to make it for her. The chef jotted down their orders. Good choice, everyone. I will bring it out when it's ready. And remember, this is just a small part of our menu, he said before heading back to the kitchen. As they waited for their food, the group chatted happily, the ambiance of the restaurant enhancing their mood. The cozy, welcoming atmosphere, combined with the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen, made for a perfect setting. As Izuku, Amy, Tails, and May settled into their cozy booth at the Green Cloud restaurant, they felt a sense of warmth and camaraderie. The inviting atmosphere of the restaurant, coupled with the delicious food, made it the perfect setting for their double date. Izuku took a sip of his drink and looked around at his friends. So, how did everyone meet? I think it would be nice to share our stories. Amy smiled, glancing at Izuku before starting. Izuku and I met under some pretty intense circumstances. I was in trouble, captured by a slime villain, and Izuku came to my rescue. Izuku blushed slightly, rubbing the back of his neck. It was nothing, really. I just did what any hero would do. Amy shook her head, her eyes shining with gratitude. No, Izuku, it was more than that. You risked a lot to save me, and since then, we've been through a lot together. Training, studying, and now, we're here. May's eyes widened. That was you, it was all over the news. Tails grinned, jumping in next. Well, May and I met in a bit of a whirlwind. I was following a signal from my plane's tracker and ended up in a junkyard. That's where I found May working on some amazing gadgets. May nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, Tails here was so curious about my inventions. We hit it off right away, talking about tech and mechanics. I showed him some of my projects, and he was really impressed. Tails chuckled. May's inventions are incredible. We started working together, and before we knew it, we were spending a lot of time together, both in the lab and outside of it. Their meals arrived, each dish looking as delicious as the menu described. They dug in, enjoying the flavors and the company. The dark matter steak was perfectly seasoned, the tornado wings were tangy and spicy, and the emerald burger was a delightful blend of flavors. Amy took a bite of her hearty meatloaf, and a powerful wave of nostalgia washed over her. The taste was so familiar, so perfect, that it brought back fond memories of her mother. Tears began to leak down her cheeks as she realized it tasted exactly like her mom used to make. The last meal they had shared before her mother was taken from her by Eggman. For a moment, it felt as if time had rewound. If she walked through the kitchen doors right now, she felt she might see her mom's smiling face, just as she remembered. Amy raised her hand, signaling for the chef. He walked over with a warm smile. How? She asked, her voice choked with emotion. The chef nodded, understanding the depth of her question. I am a traveling chef. I journey all over, collecting and sharing recipes. I picked up these recipes from a world far from this one, he said, winking. Amy thought about it and a distant memory surfaced. She recalled a young man who had visited their town. He had held a cooking competition, and for his reward, he had asked for the best recipes and the knives with the initials of the cooks written on them. Her curiosity piqued. Amy glanced around the restaurant and spotted a cabinet. She got up, and her friends followed her, sensing the importance of her discovery. Opening the cabinet, she found an array of knives. As she scanned the knives, her heart raced. There, among them, she spotted her mother's name etched into the handle. Tears welled up in her eyes as she recognized the names of other familiar cooks from her town. Amy gently touched the knife, feeling a connection to her past. The chef stood beside her, watching her reaction with a knowing smile. This was my mother's," Amy said softly, her voice trembling. The chef nodded. "I met many wonderful people in my travels, and your mother was one of them. Her recipe for meatloaf was truly special. I promised to keep her memory alive by sharing her dishes with the world." Amy's friends gathered around, offering their silent support. Izuku placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, while Tails and Mei looked on with understanding eyes. "This means so much to me," Amy said, turning to the chef. "Thank you for keeping her memory alive." The chef smiled warmly. "It's an honor. Your mother was an incredible person, and her legacy lives on through her recipes." They returned to their table, the atmosphere filled with a mix of sadness and joy. Amy took another bite of her meatloaf. Savoring the flavors that held so many memories, she felt a sense of peace, knowing that a part of her mother lived on in the dish. As they continued their meal, the group shared stories of their loved ones and the memories that shaped them. The bond between them grew stronger, forged through shared experiences and the support they offered each other. Izuku looked around at his friends, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. "We've all been through so much, but it's moments like these that remind us of what's truly important." Amy nodded, her eyes still glistening with tears but filled with warmth. "Thank you all for being here with me. It means the world." The evening continued with laughter, heartfelt stories, and the comforting presence of friends. As they left the restaurant, the big black dog still sleeping peacefully by the entrance, they felt a renewed sense of purpose and connection. They walked down the street, the night air filled with the promise of more adventures. As they walked, they passed a group entering the establishment. This group had an air of menace about them, and their leader, Akane Yamada, stood at the forefront. She wore a chef's coat emblazoned with the insignia of a crimson fog on the back, her dark red hair flowing behind her. Her piercing green eyes scanned the interior of the restaurant with a predatory gaze. Behind her, the other members of the Crimson Fog Syndicate followed closely. Koji Tanaka, Venomous Claw, a muscular man with spiky black hair and a perpetual scowl. He wore fingerless gloves, his hands twitching as if eager for a fight. His eyes darted around, assessing potential threats. Mika Saito, illusionist, a slender woman with long, flowing silver hair and violet eyes. She moved with a graceful confidence, a small smirk playing on her lips. Her sleek, form-fitting outfit allowed for easy movement, and she seemed to glide rather than walk. Ryo Kuroda, Firebrand, a fiery red-haired man with amber eyes that seemed to glow. He wore a black chef's coat with flame patterns embroidered on it, his demeanor radiating arrogance and impatience. The group exuded an aura of danger and hostility, causing the departing customers to glance back uneasily. Izuku looked back at the group, worried for the chef. He recognized their patch and knew they were trouble. Taking a step toward the restaurant, the others looked curious and concerned. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from inside the restaurant. "Troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others." Right on cue, a tall robot with a plump belly and a shining bald head appeared. It carried the Crimson Fog Syndicate members, who were now naked, and threw them with force. They soared across the parking lot and landed in a bin full of trash. The sight was both shocking and strangely satisfying. The group noticed the big black dog opening one eye, watching the spectacle before going back to sleep with a smile on its face. Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I need to examine that robot," she exclaimed, trying to run toward it. Tails and Izuku quickly held her back, both understanding her enthusiasm but knowing the situation was not the right time for an inspection. "Maybe later, Mei," Tails said gently. "Let's make sure the chef and the restaurant are okay first." They watched as the robot returned to the restaurant, the door swinging shut behind it. The Crimson Fog Syndicate members groaned from the trash bin. their arrogance and menace now replaced with humiliation. Izuku turned to the group. Let's go check on the chef, just to be sure everything's okay. They all nodded in agreement and headed back toward the restaurant, ready to offer their support if needed. As they approached the door, they could hear the chef's voice inside, calm and composed. Entering the restaurant, they found the chef wiping his hands, a satisfied look on his face. The diners who had witnessed the event were buzzing with conversation, clearly impressed by the robot's swift action. Is everything all right? Izuku asked, his concern evident. The chef looked up and smiled warmly. Yes, everything is fine now. Thank you for your concern. The security system here is quite effective, as you can see. The group sighed in relief, knowing the situation was under control. They shared a moment of silent agreement, understanding the importance of standing up to threats and protecting those who couldn't protect themselves. Let's head home, Amy suggested, her voice soft but firm. We've had enough excitement for one night. As they left the restaurant again, the night's air felt a little cooler. Izuku and Amy returned to their home, hearing voices coming from inside. Curious, they stepped through the door and were greeted by a heartwarming sight. Inko Midoriya was sitting at the table, deep in conversation with Vanilla. As soon as Amy and Vanilla's eyes met, they rushed toward each other. Amy's voice trembled with emotion. Mom. Vanilla enveloped Amy in a tight hug, tears streaming down her face. I was so surprised when I saw you at the exam, my adopted daughter. But when I arrived in this world, Cream was gone, she said, her voice breaking with sorrow. Amy's eyes widened in shock. My little sister is missing. What do you mean you saw me at the exam? Vanilla wiped her tears and smiled through her sadness. I'm the new English teacher at UA. Amy was taken aback, trying to process the information. She glanced at the table and noticed 2 letters lying there. Hugging her mom tighter, she whispered, so we made it. Vanilla looked confused. What do you mean? Amy pointed to the letters. I spotted the letters on the table. Why else would you bring them? You're not that heartless to show up and reunite with me, telling us you're part of the UA staff, and then bring rejection letters. Izuku nodded in agreement. She's got a point. I know how it feels to have my dreams shattered multiple times. Vanilla's eyes softened, and she reached for the letters. You're right, Amy. These are indeed acceptance letters for both of you. Amy's eyes filled with joy as she took the letter, her hands trembling. Izuku reached for his own letter, his heart pounding in his chest. They opened the letters together, their eyes scanning the words that confirmed their acceptance into UA. Congratulations, both of you, Inko said, her voice full of pride and love. Amy hugged her mom even tighter, tears of happiness mingling with her earlier sorrow. Thank you, Mom. And don't worry, we'll find Cream. I promise. Izuku, feeling the weight of his acceptance letter, looked at Vanilla. Thank you for everything. We'll make sure to do our best at UA. Vanilla nodded, her eyes still moist with tears. I know you will. Both of you have so much potential. And together, we'll find Cream and bring her home. They sat down together, the tension of the day melting away as they discussed their future at UA. Vanilla shared her experiences as a new teacher, and Amy and Izuku talked about their hopes and aspirations. Inko listened with a smile, her heart swelling with pride. It's going to be a new chapter for all of us, she said, her voice filled with hope. As the evening drew to a close, they prepared for bed, their hearts lighter and their spirits lifted. The acceptance into UA was just the beginning. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing they had the support and love of their family. Izuku looked at Amy as they settled in for the night. We did it, Amy. We're going to UA. Amy smiled, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, we did. And we'll find Cream, no matter what. With that promise, they drifted off to sleep, ready to take on the future with renewed strength and unwavering resolve. 3 envelopes arrived at Mina's house, each addressed to Mina, Kirishima, and Knuckles. Curiosity piqued, they gathered around the table and opened them simultaneously. Inside each envelope was a small disc. As they popped the discs out, 3 miniature All Might holograms appeared, all speaking at once. Knuckles' eyes widened in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed the holographic machine and tried to pry it open. Why are you two laughing when people need saving right now? Knuckles exclaimed, genuine confusion and concern evident in his voice. Don't worry, I'll save you people trapped inside this dark magic item. Mina and Kirishima exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. The sight of Knuckles attempting to rescue the holographic All Might was too much to handle. Their laughter echoed through the room, filling it with a joyous, infectious energy. Between giggles, Mina tried to explain. Knuckles, it's not real. It's just a message from All Might. Kirishima, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, added, yeah, it's just a hologram. There's no one trapped inside. Knuckles paused, the holographic machine still in his hands. He looked at Mina and Kirishima, then back at the hologram. You mean, it's just a projection? Mina nodded, still chuckling. Exactly. It's a recording. All Might probably sent it to give us some important information. Realizing his mistake, Knuckles sheepishly placed the holographic machine back on the table. The three of them focused on the tiny All Mights, who continued to speak in unison. Congratulations. You have been accepted into UA High School. Your bravery, determination, and unique abilities have earned you a place among the next generation of heroes. Prepare yourselves for a challenging and rewarding journey. Plus Ultra. Mina and Kirishima's laughter turned to excited cheers. They high-fived each other, the reality of their acceptance sinking in. Knuckles, now understanding the significance of the message, joined in their celebration. We did it, Mina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, we're going to UA, Kirishima added, his face beaming with pride. Knuckles, still a bit embarrassed but now equally excited, clenched his fists with determination. I may not fully understand all this technology, but I'm ready to become a hero. Plus Ultra. With their acceptance letters received and the message from All Might resonating in their hearts, Mina, Kirishima, and Knuckles prepared for the next chapter of their lives. The future at UA High School promised new challenges, friendships, and the chance to prove themselves as heroes. As they looked forward to their journey, they knew that no matter what lay ahead, they would face it together, with laughter, courage, and unwavering determination. 4 letters from UA High School arrived at May's workshop, addressed to both Tails and May. Each received 1 letter for the hero course and 1 for the support course. They decided to play rock paper scissors to determine which envelopes to open first. With anticipation building, Tails and May faced off. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. They exclaimed in unison. May won with scissors against Tails' paper. Yes, support course first, May cheered. May carefully opened the support course envelopes, and 2 small discs fell onto the table. As they activated, 2 miniature holograms of Power Loader, the support course teacher, appeared. Congratulations, May Hatsume and Miles, Tails, Prower. The holograms announced. Your innovative devices have earned you a spot in the UA High School support course. We were particularly impressed with the multifunctional grappling hook and the energy-efficient engine redesign. Well done and welcome to UA. Next, they turned their attention to the hero course envelopes. They opened them simultaneously, and 2 holograms of All Might appeared. Well done, May Hatsume and Miles, Tails, Prower. All Might's booming voice declared. You have successfully passed the hero course entrance exam. May, your inventive use of support gear in combat scenarios was outstanding. Tails, your quick thinking and teamwork earned you high marks. Congratulations, and welcome to UA High School, Plus Ultra. Tails and May cheered, their excitement palpable. They had both been accepted into UA High School, in both the support and hero courses. This is amazing, May exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement. Yeah, we did it. Tails agreed, his twin tails spinning in joy. Their excitement quickly turned to mischief as they locked eyes, both sporting identical smirks. UA just sent us hologram discs for free, May said, her voice filled with a hint of conspiracy. You know what that means. Time to get tinkering, Tails replied, already pulling out a device he had made on Mobius. The device was designed to scan an item and break it down into its mechanical parts. It was mainly used on Tails' plane. They placed one of the hologram discs under the scanner. The device shot out a projector onto the wall, breaking down the hologram into its mechanical components. Tails and May's eyes sparkled with excitement as they saw the intricate details. This is going to be so much fun, May said, her fingers twitching with anticipation. They decided to head outside to gather spare parts from the junkyard. Tails and May moved swiftly, picking up various components that might be useful. They returned to the workshop with their arms full of scrap metal, old circuits, and other mechanical pieces. With their creativity and technical expertise, May and Tails worked on enhancing the hologram discs. They decided to add a few new functions to make the discs even more versatile and fun. Multiple video storage. They installed a switch that allowed multiple videos to be stored on a single disc, enabling the user to switch between different holograms easily. Computer connectivity. They added a feature that allowed the discs to connect to a computer, making it possible to upload custom videos onto them. To test their new functions, May and Tails created 3D renders of All Might and Power Loader using the original UA discs as templates. They spent hours perfecting the models, ensuring they captured every detail of the heroes. Once the 3D renders were ready, May and Tails decided to have a bit of fun. They programmed the renders to perform a dance routine. Watching All Might and Power Loader dance around on the computer was a hilarious sight, and they couldn't stop laughing. "Let's record this and upload it to our discs," Tails suggested, his eyes sparkling with mischief. May agreed, already imagining Power Loader's reaction when they showed him. "This is going to be amazing." They recorded the dancing heroes and uploaded the videos onto their enhanced discs. With the new multiple video storage function, they could keep the original messages from All Might and Power Loader alongside their dance routines. "UA is going to be amazing," Tails said, looking at May. "Yeah, and we're going to make the most of it," May replied, her eyes gleaming with determination. The day before their first day at UA, May and Tails were buzzing with excitement. They knew that their enhancements would impress Power Loader and their classmates. "I can't wait to see Power Loader's face when he sees this," May said, grinning. Tails nodded, his twin tails spinning in excitement. "Yeah, it's going to be epic." Amy and Izuku woke up early on the first day of school, their hearts pounding with excitement and a touch of nervousness. As they prepared to leave, Inko waved a teary goodbye at the door. "Izuku, promise me you didn't pack all the action figures again," Inko said, her voice filled with both worry and fondness. Izuku blushed, remembering the time as a kid when he smuggled action figures to school when he was 4. He hugged his mom tightly. "I promise, Mom." Inko smiled and hugged Amy as well. "Take care of each other, okay?" Amy and Izuku nodded, and hand in hand, they left the house, ready to embark on their new adventure. They took the subway to UA, and Izuku managed to find a seat. Amy, unable to find a free spot, sat on his lap. Izuku made sure to keep Amy safe from any unwanted attention, his protective arm around her. In particular, he noticed a grape-haired boy staring at them, drooling. "Did they have to let that guy into UA?" Izuku muttered, pulling Amy closer. Amy blushed at the closeness, while Izuku smirked. The grape-haired boy, however, remained oblivious to their discomfort. The train stopped, and they left the grape-haired boy behind, relieved. As they walked the rest of the way to UA, a limo pulled up beside them. The back window rolled down, revealing the smiling faces of Sonic and Momo. "Hop in," said Momo with a friendly wave. Izuku and Amy exchanged glances and then climbed into the limo. The inside was spacious and luxurious, a stark contrast to the crowded subway. "Thanks for the ride," Izuku said, settling in. "Yeah, thanks a lot," Amy added, looking around in awe. "No problem," Sonic replied, his usual energetic grin plastered on his face. "We thought it'd be cool to arrive together." Momo nodded. "It's going to be an exciting day. Are you both ready?" Izuku and Amy nodded eagerly. "Absolutely," Izuku said. "We're ready." The limo pulled up in front of UA High School, and the group stepped out, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation. The grand entrance of UA loomed before them, symbolizing the start of a new chapter in their lives. "Let's do this," Sonic said, his enthusiasm contagious. With a sense of camaraderie and determination, they walked through the gates of UA. Izuku and Amy stood before the enormous door of Class 1A, which towered over them. Taking a deep breath, they slid the door open and stepped inside. Immediately, they were greeted by a heated argument. "Get your feet off the desk. You're tarnishing the names of students that came before us due to your outrageous behavior," shouted Iida at Bakugo. "As if I can do what I want." Bakugo retorted, glaring at Iida. My name is Iida Tenya from Somei Private Academy, Iida declared, standing tall and proper. You're an elitist. I'll enjoy tearing you a new one. Maybe I can use that stick up your ass and hit you with it, Bakugo sneered, causing Iida to look horrified. Izuku, Amy, Momo, and Sonic found their seats amidst the chaos, trying to stay out of the conflict. The clomping of metal footsteps echoed through the hallway as the door slid open again. Metal Sonic, Tails, Mei, Kirishima, Mina, Silver, Ochako, and Knuckles walked into the classroom. Oh great, the furry brigade is here and they brought their friends, a null, a box of scraps, an alien, and a bimbo, Bakugo sneered, targeting Izuku, Metal Sonic, Mina, and Mei. You dare insult us, Knuckles growled, clenching his fists. Before the situation could escalate further, a yellow caterpillar-like figure appeared on the floor behind the group in the doorway. It was their homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, who unzipped his yellow sleeping bag and stood up. There won't be any fighting in here, and everyone standing around, go to your seats, Aizawa commanded in a calm, yet authoritative tone. The students quickly found their seats and quieted down. It took you 8 seconds to sit and be quiet. Now everyone, put these gym uniforms on and meet me outside, Aizawa instructed, reaching into his sleeping bag, then pausing. Vanilla, you are too good for me, he muttered before straightening up. The gym uniforms are in your desks, he added before leaving the classroom. The students opened their desks and found the gym uniforms neatly folded inside. They quickly changed into their uniforms, excitement and nervousness palpable in the air. As they made their way outside, they couldn't help but feel a mix of anticipation and apprehension. This was their first real test at UA High School, and they were determined to make a good impression. Izuku and Amy walked side by side, their hands brushing against each other for reassurance. Sonic and Momo followed closely, ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. Outside, Aizawa awaited them with a stern expression. Today, we'll see what you're really made of, he said, holding up a clipboard. Prepare yourselves for the Quirk assessment test. The students exchanged determined glances. They were ready to give it their all and prove that they deserved to be at UA High School. Aizawa stood in front of the students, holding up a softball. Bakugo, come throw this ball without leaving the circle. You can use your quirk. What about orientation? Said Ochako. UA allows teachers the freedom to teach however they want, said Aizawa. Ochako nods. Tails passed some earphones toward Jiro, who took them confused. Aizawa spotted the earphones and took them. There would be listening to music during practical training or any hero class. Bakugo stepped forward with a confident smirk. Die, he yelled, activating his quirk. Sparks ignited on the ball, and with a sound like multiple bombs going off, it shot into the sky with a sonic boom. Jiro, standing nearby, let out a cry as blood gushed from her ears, her earphone jacks exposed. Mina, who was about to say something, stopped in her tracks, her grin turning into a frown. Aizawa gaped in shock. He then shuddered as he could feel a menacing aura nearby. He looked over to the wall to see 2 bunny ears sticking up. Aizawa quickly handed Jiro a note addressed to Recovery Girl. Go see the nurse, he instructed, his voice tinged with concern. As Jiro walked past the wall, she was joined by Vanilla, who smirked at Aizawa, promising pain later. Aizawa shuddered at the sight of her. Bakugo shrugged nonchalantly. It was just a little bit of sound. I don't know why the bitch is crying like it's the end of the world. We do have a healer, you know. His phone beeped, displaying his score. Aizawa stuttered, 756 meters. Aizawa was off his game today. The students fell silent, processing what had just happened. They moved through the rest of the tests, speaking up if anyone had any issues with their quirks. Bakugo just scoffed. Aizawa noted that he had more students meeting his expectations this year compared to last, where he had sent the remaining students to Vlad's class. Finally, it was Izuku's turn. He stepped up, focusing one for all throughout his entire body. He took a deep breath and threw the ball with all his might, but to his shock, it fell to the ground almost immediately. Aizawa's eyes glowed as he activated his quirk, canceling one for all. I see. You're going to pull the same stunt with the 0-pointer. Izuku felt a wave of panic but quickly composed himself. No, I had no other choice, they were going to die, sensei. Please let me try again. Aizawa nodded, his eyes returning to normal. Go ahead. Izuku activated full cowling. Green sparks crackled along his body. With a determined look, he threw the ball again. This time, it flew much farther, although not as far as Bakugo's. Aizawa checked the distance. 275 meters. Not bad for a first-year student still learning to control his quirk. Izuku sighed in relief, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Amy, watching from the sidelines, smiled proudly. As the tests concluded, Bakugo's temper flared. Deku, you liar, always hiding it from me, he shouted, flying forward with explosive speed. Aizawa's capture weapon missed, hitting thin air. A flash appeared in front of Izuku. With just his left hand, Knuckles stopped Bakugo's advancement. This here, I used on the mighty Sonic's full power. Now I can avenge my comrades. Prepare to meet God, Knuckles declared, slamming his right fist into Bakugo's face. Izuku looked down at Bakugo, his expression serious. Sorry I didn't tell you, I only noticed I had a quirk at the sludge villain incident. It gave me the strength to pull Amy out. It's a form of stockpile, so all those years it was collecting. I was too weak to activate it, so I got stronger by building up my muscles. But it still hurts me. Aizawa addressed the class, I have to admit, you all have exceeded my expectations. You have potential, but you also have a lot to learn. He turned to Bakugo, who was still smirking arrogantly. And you, Bakugo, need to learn to control your quirk without causing unnecessary harm to others. I'm going to sign you up for anger management with Hound Dog. Bakugo rolled his eyes but didn't argue. He knew he was impressed with his score, but he also knew he had a lot to prove. Knuckles, since it's the first day of school, write a one-page essay front and back on why it's wrong to fight with other heroes during a high-stakes mission. Have it finished and turned in by the end of the week, Aizawa ordered. With that, the class was dismissed. A loud squeal echoed through the hallway as May dragged Tails along, shouting, "Baby making time," over and over again. As they changed and walked through the hallways, they saw the same grape-haired student rushing. Oh no, I'm late on the first day of school, he said. Mineta, you're late, Aizawa called out. Mineta froze in his tracks. If you were in my class, you would have been expelled for not taking being a hero seriously. But since you're in Class B, Aizawa scribbled a note, I give you this. I hope Vlad understands. He handed the note to Mineta. On the note, it was written, this student was late on his first day. I suggest punishment, like writing a paper on why you shouldn't be late during hero work. It could risk people's lives when tardy. The students returned to the classroom, where outside on the wall were the Class 1A and 1B rosters. Class 1A, Yuga Aoyama, Mina Ishido, Tsuyu Asui, Katsuki Bakugo, Blaze the Cat, Knuckles the Echidna, Toru Hagakuri, Mei Hatsume, Sonic the Hedgehog, Silver the Hedgehog, Tenya Iida, Hyoka Jiro, Denki Kaminari, Eijiro Kirishima, Koji Koda, Izuku Midoriya, Miles, Tails, Prower, Amy Rose, Mezzo Shoji, Metal Sonic, Shoto Todoroki, Fumikage Tokiyami, Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu. Class 1B, Yosetsu Awase, Kojiro Bondo, Espio the Chameleon, Manga Fukidashi, Juzo Honanuki, Sen Kaibara, Togaru Kamakiri, Itsuka Kendo, Yui Kodai, Kanoko Komori, Shihai Kuwaro, Minoru Mineta, Nito Monoma, Hiryu Rin, Rikido Sato, Hitoshi Shinso, Abara Shiozaki, Jirota Shishida, Narengeki Shota, Tetsu Setsuna Tokage, Kosei Saburaba, Pony Tsunotori, Reiko Yanagi. May and Tails eagerly made their way to the support course classroom. The room was filled with various gadgets, tools, and equipment, creating an atmosphere charged with excitement and curiosity. Power Loader, the support course teacher, stood at the front, greeting the new students. Welcome to the support course. I'm Power Loader, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you all can create. May and Tails exchanged a conspiratorial glance. They had been eagerly waiting for this moment to showcase their enhancements. As the class settled in, May raised her hand confidently. Excuse me, Power Loader, we have something to show you, May announced. Power Loader looked intrigued. Go ahead, Hatsume. May and Tails walked to the front of the classroom, holding their modified hologram discs. With a shared nod, they activated the discs, and the room was suddenly filled with the holographic images of All Might and Power Loader. The heroes then began to dance, performing a choreographed routine. The entire class watched in awe, and soon, laughter filled the room. The sight of All Might and Power Loader dancing was both surprising and amusing. Even Power Loader couldn't suppress a chuckle. Well, this is certainly unexpected, he exclaimed, thoroughly amused. May, excited and enthusiastic, began to explain their enhancements. We added multiple video storage and computer connectivity, so we could upload custom videos. We thought it would be a fun way to show off our skills. Tails continued, we also made 3D renders of you and All Might using the original discs as templates. Power Loader nodded, clearly impressed by their ingenuity and creativity. This is excellent work, both of you. Not only did you enhance the functionality, but you also showed creativity and a sense of humor. Well done. The class erupted into applause, appreciating the innovation and effort that May and Tails had put into their project. May and Tails returned to their seats, grinning from ear to ear. Their first day at UA had started with a bang, and they had made a strong impression on both their teacher and classmates. As the day continued, they dove into their new projects with enthusiasm, their confidence bolstered by the positive reception of their hologram enhancement. They were ready to tackle the challenges of the support course, knowing that they had the skills and creativity to succeed. After their Quirk test, while the entire school was at orientation, Amy had persuaded Izuku to attend the remaining orientation session. She wanted to cheer on Vanilla, who was starting her new teaching position. Ochako had tagged along as well, and they had spotted Jiro there too. They took their seats in the auditorium, which was filled with students who were already looking quite drowsy. Principal Nezu stood at the podium, delivering a speech that seemed to be stuck in an endless loop. Izuku noticed that Nezu's speech, which was supposed to be 15 minutes long, kept restarting without any pause, putting more and more students to sleep. Raising his hand, Izuku caught Nezu's attention. Sir, you just went over this, he pointed out. Nezu chuckled, visibly impressed. You win. Out of the last 40 years, you are the first to spot the test. Great observational skills, young Midoriya. Come speak with me after, said Nezu, his eyes twinkling with approval. Now, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. The new faculty. Just then, there was a sudden, loud thud as All Might dropped from the rafters, landing with a dramatic pose. It is I, All Might, here to teach the new generation of students, he announced, his booming voice echoing through the auditorium. The sound of All Might's landing startled everyone awake, and the atmosphere in the room instantly shifted from sleepy to electrified. The students cheered and clapped, thrilled to see the #1 hero in person. Nezu smiled and gestured toward All Might. Now, without further ado, let's introduce the rest of our esteemed new faculty, he said. Next up was Power Loader, who walked up to the podium with his usual calm demeanor. I'm Higuri Maijima, also known as Power Loader, support course instructor. I can't wait to work with all of you to develop some amazing hero gear, he said, his tone serious but supportive. Then came Present Mike, who took the stage with an energetic flair. Yeah, it's your loud and proud teacher, Present Mike. I'll be handling the communication and media classes. Let's make some noise, he shouted, his enthusiasm infectious. Midnight followed, her presence commanding and elegant. I'm Midnight, and I'll be teaching modern hero art history. Get ready to learn and have some fun, she said with a wink. Finally, Vanilla stepped forward, a warm smile on her face. Hello, everyone. I'm Vanilla, your new English teacher. I can't wait to work with all of you, she said, her genuine enthusiasm shining through. The auditorium was buzzing with excitement as the students absorbed the introductions. The new faculty lineup was impressive, and the students couldn't wait to start learning from some of the best heroes around. As the orientation concluded, Izuku and Amy exchanged excited looks, knowing that this year was going to be something truly special. Izuku walked up to Principal Nezu, who greeted him with a wide, knowing smile. So, you want the prize, Nezu said, his voice filled with amusement and curiosity. Izuku, still a bit taken aback by the day's events, nodded. Yes, sir. Nezu handed Izuku a small card with a QR code on it. You may ask any favor of me whenever you need, Nezu explained, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Also, here is an app to contact me directly. It might have other goodies as well. He winked at Izuku, clearly enjoying the sense of mystery he was creating. Izuku took the card, feeling a mixture of excitement and gratitude. Thank you, Principal Nezu. I really appreciate this. Nezu nodded, his smile growing even wider. You've earned it, Midoriya. Your observational skills and courage to speak up are commendable. Now, don't hesitate to use that favor wisely. Izuku smiled back, feeling a renewed sense of determination. I won't, sir. Thank you again. As Izuku walked away, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of goodies the app might contain. He quickly scanned the QR code on his phone, downloading the app. The interface was sleek and simple, with Nezu's smiling face as the icon. He tapped on the app, curious to explore its contents. To his surprise, it wasn't just a simple messaging app. It had various features, including direct communication with Nezu, access to exclusive school resources, and even a section for special assignments and missions. Aizawa trudged through the door of his residence, closely followed by his ward, Vanilla. He was exhausted from the day's events and was looking forward to some quiet time. However, as soon as the door shut behind them, he felt a cold presence. He turned around slowly, his heart racing. Vanilla stood there, her eyes narrowed to pinpricks. The atmosphere around her was menacing, and Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine. So, Shota, I am very disappointed about today, Vanilla said, her smile wide but devoid of warmth. Aizawa gulped, falling to the floor in fear. Vanilla walked towards him, her footsteps echoing ominously in the quiet room. Your punishment is, Vanilla began, letting the suspense build. Aizawa was shaking, bracing himself for the worst. To take me out for dinner, Vanilla finished, the menacing aura around her transforming into one of sunshine and roses. Aizawa blinked in surprise, relief flooding through him. Dinner. Vanilla nodded, her smile now genuinely warm. Yes, dinner, at a nice restaurant. You need to unwind, and I need to eat. Aizawa nodded, still processing the sudden shift in her demeanor. Aizawa now found himself in a high-class pro-hero restaurant, sitting across from Vanilla. The ambiance was elegant, with soft lighting and a quiet murmur of conversations around them. Vanilla looked around, appreciating the upscale environment. This is nice, isn't it, Shota? Aizawa nodded, feeling more relaxed. Yes, it is. The waiter approached, handing them menus. Aizawa scanned the options, feeling a bit out of his element. Vanilla, however, seemed perfectly at ease. I'll have the seared salmon with asparagus, Vanilla said confidently, handing back the menu. Aizawa ordered a simple steak, not wanting to overcomplicate things. As the waiter left, Vanilla leaned forward. Shota, you need to take better care of yourself, she said, her tone gentle but firm. Today was a lot for you, I could tell. Aizawa sighed. I know, it's just, there's so much to manage. The students, the expectations, everything. Vanilla reached across the table, placing a hand on his. That's why you have to take breaks and do things like this. It helps to reset and recharge. Aizawa looked at her, grateful for her support. You're right. Thanks, Vanilla. As the evening went on, Aizawa found himself enjoying the dinner more than he had anticipated. Vanilla's company was comforting, and the food was excellent. They talked about lighter topics, sharing stories and laughing. For a while, Aizawa felt the weight of his responsibilities lift, replaced by a warm sense of companionship. By the time they finished dessert, Aizawa felt rejuvenated. Vanilla's plan had worked, and he was ready to face the challenges of tomorrow with renewed energy. As they left the restaurant, Vanilla linked her arm with his. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? Aizawa smiled. No, it wasn't. Thank you, Vanilla. They walked home together, the night air cool and refreshing. Aizawa felt a deep sense of gratitude for having Vanilla in his life. She was more than just a ward, she was a friend and a source of strength. As they reached their residence, Aizawa looked at Vanilla. Let's make this a regular thing. Vanilla grinned. Absolutely. The next day began with the students settling into a routine of normal classes. They attended. Vanilla, Amy's adoptive mother, greeted them warmly and conducted an engaging lesson, mixing language skills with motivational stories. Ectoplasm's class was intense and rigorous. The multiple clones he created helped students understand different math problems simultaneously. Smentos captivated the class with stories and analysis of modern literature, relating the themes back to hero work and the importance of empathy and understanding. Midnight's class was as entertaining as it was educational. She showcased iconic hero costumes and designs, discussing how they reflected the personalities and strategies of different heroes. Present Mike's energy was infectious. He taught them how to manage social media accounts, crucial for hero work or business management. His lesson focused on the importance of a hero's public image and effective communication. The final class of the day had the students buzzing with excitement. They could hear heavy footsteps approaching the door. "It is I, All Might, coming through the door like a normal person," he announced, entering the room with his characteristic enthusiasm. "Today, we will be doing battle training." All Might's announcement had everyone on the edge of their seats. "That means you get your hero costumes," he continued, gesturing to the cases that opened up on the sides of the room. The students eagerly opened their cases, revealing their personalized hero costumes. They quickly changed and assembled on the field, ready for their training session. Amy wore a sleek, red full-body suit that provided flexibility and protection. The material was lightweight yet durable, designed for high-speed movement and agility, similar to the suits worn by Froppy or Uravity. The suit featured white accents along the edges, giving it a stylish and streamlined appearance, with accents around the wrists, ankles, and collar. Her footwear consisted of white and red boots, sturdy enough for combat and agile movement. The boots had reinforced soles to withstand the impact of her powerful mallet swings. She wore white gloves with red details, allowing for a firm grip on her mallet. The gloves were padded to absorb shock and provide extra protection. Amy's signature mallet was a large, red weapon with a white handle, designed to be both intimidating and practical. It had technological enhancements, such as retractable parts for easier carrying and features like shock absorption or enhanced striking power. To complete her look, Amy wore a helmet with built-in communication devices for coordination with teammates. Her red utility belt had various pouches for carrying essential items like first aid supplies, gadgets, or snacks. Blaze wore a sleek, form-fitting bodysuit in deep purple, made from a high-tech, flame-resistant fabric that allows for flexibility and protection. Subtle, intricate patterns resembling flames and mystical runes are woven into the fabric, giving it a magical, ethereal appearance. A long, flowing cloak with a high collar, reminiscent of a sorcerer's robe. The cloak is a lighter shade of purple, almost lavender, and shimmers with a mystical sheen. The edges of the cloak are adorned with silver embroidery in the shape of flames, enhancing her fiery theme. Gloves and boots are made of a durable, heat-resistant material, with the gloves extending up to her elbows and the boots reaching mid-thigh. Both the gloves and boots are decorated with silver accents and flame motifs. The gloves have built-in compartments for Blaze to channel and control her fire abilities more effectively. A silver belt with a large, flame-shaped buckle sits around her waist, adding a touch of regality to the costume. Silver armbands and anklets with flame patterns, providing additional protection and style. A delicate, silver tiara with a central, flame-shaped gemstone rests on her forehead, symbolizing her status and power. Her ears are adorned with small, flame-shaped earrings that match the tiara. Her costume includes built-in heat vents that allow her to release excess heat from her body during intense battles. The cloak can be detached if needed, allowing for greater mobility in close combat situations. Sonic wore a form-fitting, high-tech fabric that is lightweight, durable, and resistant to friction, allowing Sonic to move at high speeds without wear and tear. The suit is primarily blue, matching Sonic's fur, with white and red accents that highlight his design. Lightning bolt patterns are integrated into the suit, glowing with a faint blue light, emphasizing his speed. Advanced running shoes with a sleek, aerodynamic design. They have built-in shock absorbers and energy return systems to enhance his speed and agility. Red with white stripes, reminiscent of his classic shoes, but with a more futuristic look. Features. The shoes include small jets and thrusters to provide additional bursts of speed when necessary. White gloves made from a special fabric that provides excellent grip and protection. The gloves have reinforced knuckles and fingertips, with small energy conduits that can release controlled bursts of kinetic energy. High-tech goggles with a built-in heads-up display, HUD, that provides real-time data on speed, obstacles, and environmental conditions. Sleek earpieces integrated into the goggles for communication with allies and to reduce wind noise. A small, round emblem on his chest featuring a lightning bolt, symbolizing his speed. The emblem can also serve as a communicator and tracker. A white utility belt with various compartments for carrying small gadgets and supplies, such as energy bars and first aid items. Streamlined arm guards that provide additional protection and can project small energy shields. Knuckles the Echidna wore a durable, flexible fabric that can withstand extreme conditions, providing both protection and freedom of movement. The suit is predominantly red, matching Knuckles' fur, with green and yellow accents inspired by his shoes. Tribal patterns and echidna motifs are subtly woven into the fabric, giving a nod to his heritage. The cowboy hat is a central piece of the costume, slightly modified for practicality and style. It is made from a sturdy material to protect his head while maintaining its classic look. The hat retains its brown color with decorative elements, including small gemstones that match the Master Emerald. Reinforced white gloves with added padding and metal knuckles for enhanced combat effectiveness. The gloves have built-in compartments for storing small tools or gadgets, and their durability ensures they can withstand intense fights. Sturdy, high-tech boots that provide excellent grip and shock absorption. They are red with green and yellow details, resembling his classic shoes. The boots include small thrusters for improved jumping ability and stability during high-speed movements. A robust utility belt with multiple pouches for carrying essential tools, gadgets, and supplies. The buckle features a symbol of the Master Emerald. Brown shoulder straps that connect to his belt, adding a rugged, explorer vibe to his look. Lightweight, protective chest armor that covers his upper body, providing extra defense without hindering his agility. Reinforced arm guards that offer additional protection during hand-to-hand combat. A small, compact backpack attached to his shoulder straps, useful for carrying larger items or emergency supplies. Tails wore a high-tech, flexible fabric that provides protection and allows for maximum agility and mobility. The suit is primarily orange, matching Tails' fur, with white accents along the sides and blue technological patterns. Subtle gear and circuitry patterns are integrated into the suit, symbolizing his engineering prowess. White gloves with reinforced padding and built-in tools, such as mini screwdrivers and small wrenches. The gloves have touchscreen-compatible fingertips and small energy conduits for controlling gadgets and devices. Sturdy, high-tech boots that provide excellent grip and stability. They are white with blue accents and feature small thrusters for enhanced jumping and flight control. The boots have retractable wheels for quick ground movement and built-in shock absorbers for hard landings. A utility belt with multiple pouches and compartments for carrying essential tools, gadgets, and spare parts. The belt includes items such as a mini computer, communication devices, and various engineering tools. The buckle features Tails' twin tail emblem. Small, retractable mechanical devices are attached to his tails, enhancing his natural flying abilities and providing additional thrust and maneuverability. The tails can deploy various gadgets, such as a small welding torch, a cutting tool, and a grappling hook. High-tech goggles with a built-in heads-up display (HUD) that provides real-time data on environmental conditions, tactical information, and gadget control. A small headset for communication with allies and controlling his gadgets and devices remotely. Lightweight, protective chest armor that covers his upper body, offering additional defense without hindering his agility. A compact, high-tech backpack that stores larger tools and gadgets. It also houses additional power supplies for his devices and tail enhancements. The clothes make the pros and you all look like heroes. Now, welcome, my students, to battle training, said All Might. It seemed as though ground beta was one of the test areas that were used in the entrance exam. Most of the students started to talk amongst themselves, wondering what exercise they would be given. If I may, sir, Iida began, it appears that this is the same location used for the entrance exam. Will we be performing urban tactics again? No, not twice. We'll be taking it 2 steps forward. While most of the villain fights you see on the news are outside, statistically speaking the more serious as well as tougher fights in our hero community occur indoors. The villains on higher scales act from the shadows in hopes of not being seen on the radar. Now I shall divide you into groups of 2, and then you shall battle against each other, where one group will act as the villains and the other as heroes. The villains have a warhead in one of these floors of the building, and in order for the heroes to win you must either capture the villain or you must seize the warhead, while the villains need to prevent that from happening. This of course was met with a ton of questions from the students. All Might seemed a bit overwhelmed by the questions but continued. We shall decide the groups and the roles by lots. Sir, why are we doing it by lots? Said Iida. Izuku spoke. It's going to simulate when we have to team up with whoever shows up. Like how the hero Mount Lady showed up during Kami Woods fighting the giant villain. Quote. There was muttering all around as Izuku reminded them of Mount Lady's debut. Izuku Midoriya and Amy Rose Team A vs. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Iida Team D. Toru Hagakure and Silver the Hedgehog Team L vs. Sonic the Hedgehog and Yuga Aoyama Team I. Miles, Tails, Prower and Mina Ashido Team E vs. Eijiro Kirishima and Metal Sonic Team J. Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro Team G vs. Momo Yaoyorozu and Mei Hatsume Team C. Shoto Todoroki and Mezzo Shoji Team B vs. Knuckles the Echidna and Koji Koda Team F. Ochako Uraraka and Blaze the Cat Team K vs Fumikage Tokiyami and Suyu Asui Team H. The students were divided into their assigned teams. Izuku and Bakugo locked eyes, the tension between them palpable. Iida and Bakugo headed inside the building, while Izuku and Amy strategized outside. Bakugo is coming for me to test my new power, Izuku said, his eyes focused. Amy nodded. I'm going to go look for the bomb, she replied. All right, the 5 minutes of planning are up. Heroes may enter, All Might announced. Thanks to Hatsume and Tails, the cameras now have audio, he added to the class, eliciting appreciative murmurs. Izuku and Amy entered the building cautiously. Almost immediately, Bakugo lunged at them. Amy dodged swiftly, while Izuku was slammed into the ground. Amy ran around the corner. You think your quirk can stop me? Like you said, quirks are given to the strong, so that makes you weak. Half a year won't change it, snarled Bakugo, advancing on Izuku. Oh, burn, Sonic commented from the viewing room. Momo gave him a disapproving look. What? I like a good insult, Sonic defended himself. Izuku activated One for All, pushing Bakugo off him and sending him crashing to the floor. Bakugo's eyes blazed with fury. Not only that, but somehow you got a girlfriend before me. Like, how could any girl want you over me? Bakugo shouted, charging at Izuku. Izuku dodged Bakugo's incoming fist. The girls are scared of you, Bakugo, he replied, landing a punch to Bakugo's gut. Bakugo coughed blood, retaliating by slamming one of his gauntlets into Izuku's face, breaking his nose. The room fell silent, gasps escaping from the students and All Might. Non-manly, bro, whispered Kirishima, watching Bakugo's meltdown with a mix of disbelief and pity. You are always looking down on me, ever since that incident in the woods, Bakugo yelled, his voice tinged with desperation and anger. Izuku laughed bitterly. You think I was looking down on you? I was trying to help, like all heroes should, he said. All Might's grin widened at hearing Izuku's words, a sense of pride swelling within him. Bakugo's face twisted in rage. Look at the good helping did ya, protecting the kids at recess from me and my goons. You basically asked to get beat, acting like some kind of big tough hero taking their beatings for them. Then later, when nobody was looking, I shut you into a locker and left you there over the weekend. Your mom was always busy at work, so we bribed the janitors to not let you out when you screamed. And when we came to get you Monday morning, you'd wet and shit yourself with nothing to do about it. They have the blood stains and everything to remind the next punk like you at that school that the bullies are always in charge. After all, I picked them and trained them before I left. The room was deathly silent. Iida stopped monologuing, a look of fear and disgust on his face. All Might broke the desk in front of him in sheer anger. Mina turned away, crying into Kirishima's shoulder. Toru vomited on the floor, unable to handle the revelation. Momo and Asui began frantically writing up plans, their faces dark with thoughts of retribution. Amy stepped in front of Bakugo, her eyes filled with determination. "You're so weak that your girlfriend has to protect you. Now I will use your own designs from your journals to destroy you, then die in the ashes," Bakugo yelled, aiming both of his gauntlets at Izuku. His arms were steady as he pulled both pins. Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the gauntlets. They were based on designs he had drawn when he was 5 years old. The gauntlets exploded outward from the stored sweat, creating a massive blast. Izuku acted instinctively, pushing Amy out of the way in slow motion. He took off his All Might hoodie and put it on Amy, shielding her from the blast. The wall of heat roared down the hallway. Izuku redirected it to the side as there was a gigantic hole in the building. Izuku's hero costume was torn, and his back was covered in angry red welts from first-degree burns. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Something in Amy snapped, her eyes turned white, and a dark aura surrounded her. She had reached her breaking point. Amy's transformation caught everyone's attention. Bakugo stepped back, startled by the sudden change in her demeanor. The class could hear Amy crying as Izuku, despite his injuries, struggled to his feet, ready to protect Amy if necessary. "Amy, stay back," Izuku croaked, his voice strained from the pain. But Amy was no longer the same. She looked at Bakugo with an intensity that made him flinch. "You will never hurt Izuku again," she said, her voice echoing with a power she had never shown before. Bakugo, realizing the gravity of the situation, hesitated. For the first time, he felt genuine fear. All Might, sensing the danger, stepped in. "That's enough," he shouted, his voice booming. "Bakugo, stand down." Bakugo, his rage subsiding, slowly lowered his gauntlets. He glanced at Izuku and Amy, a mixture of anger and confusion on his face. Just as the confrontation was coming to an end, a loud creaking sound echoed through the building. Bakugo's attack from his gauntlets had weakened the building's supports, and it began to collapse. "Everyone, get out now." All Might's voice boomed through the speakers, filled with urgency. Iida, realizing the danger, rushed down the stairs, his engines roaring. He quickly picked up the glaring Bakugo, who struggled but didn't resist. "We need to get out of here," Iida said, his voice steady despite the chaos. He then returned to help Amy, who was struggling to support Izuku. "I'm sorry, Midoriya," Iida apologized as he gently lifted Izuku, who winced in pain. Together, they hurried out of the building. The structure groaned and shuddered, debris falling around them. They just managed to clear the entrance when the building collapsed fully behind them, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. They went to the infirmary, Recovery Girl immediately tending to Izuku's burns and injuries. Amy stood by his side, her worry etched on her face. "You were very brave, all of you," the Recovery Girl said as she worked. "But this should serve as a reminder of the dangers you will face as heroes." Iida, Bakugo, and Amy sat nearby, each lost in their thoughts. The day's events had left a profound impact on them all. All Might checked his watch, noting the remaining time before the fake bomb was supposed to go off. He turned to the class. "The villains win for this exercise. Can anyone tell me who the MVP was?" Momo raised her hand, ready to answer. However, her words were cut off by an enormous explosion that evaporated the collapsed building. "What the?" The class watched in horror as all the extra buildings across Ground Beta were blown up by the fake bombs. The screen flickered, and the image of a bald man with a bushy mustache appeared. "Is this thing on? It is I, Dr. Eggman. I have switched the fake bombs for real bombs, and all your students are dead." He laughed maniacally. Sonic and the other Mobians immediately recognized the villain. "Eggman," Sonic muttered, his fists clenching. "So Eggman really is in this universe." All Might's face turned grim. "This is a pre-recorded message," he noted, trying to calm the class. "But we need to verify the status of our students immediately." Sonic stepped forward. "We know Eggman. If he's here, it means trouble. We need to find and stop him before he causes more harm." The class, though shaken, understood the gravity of the situation. All Might quickly organized a search and rescue operation, with Sonic and the other Mobians leading the way. After the battle trials, the students changed back into their uniforms. Momo noticed a small peephole in the changing room. She blushed at the discovery and quickly used her quirk to fill it, ensuring no one could use it again. Izuku was bandaged up and had one more session with Recovery Girl in the morning to fully heal. As he rested, Bakugo stormed off, still fuming from the day's events. Amy, Izuku, and Iida gathered in a quiet corner to discuss the battle trials. Izuku, you did really well considering the circumstances, Iida said, trying to be supportive. Thanks, Iida. But I know I still have a lot to learn, Izuku replied, his tone humble. Amy nodded, her expression serious. We all do. Today's events showed us just how dangerous things can get. Suddenly, a blue blur zoomed into the room and stopped in front of them. It was Sonic, his expression unusually serious. Dr. Eggman is here in this universe, Sonic said urgently. He replaced all the fake bombs with real ones. If the building hadn't collapsed, you would have died. Amy's eyes widened in shock. Dr. Eggman is here? Yeah, Sonic continued. He hacked into the school and took over the cameras in the observation room. He set off bombs all over Ground Beta. Everyone in school knows now. The weight of Sonic's words hung heavily in the air. Izuku, despite his injuries, sat up straighter, his determination renewed. We need to find him and stop him. We can't let him endanger anyone else. Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, along with the UA staff and heroes, spread out across the training grounds, searching for any signs of the students who were in the affected areas. Izuku, despite his injuries, insisted on joining the search. I'm not going to sit here while my friends are in danger, he declared, his determination unwavering. All Might reluctantly agreed, allowing Izuku to accompany him. Stay close, and don't overexert yourself, he warned. As the search progressed, they found remnants of the buildings, but no signs of life. The class and heroes began to fear the worst. However, Tails, using his keen engineering skills, discovered a hidden compartment in one of the destroyed buildings. Over here, he called out. Everyone rushed to Tails' side as he pried open the compartment, revealing a small, safe area beneath the debris. Inside were the missing students, shaken but alive. We're okay, said a student, his voice trembling. We saw the bombs were real and hid here. Relief washed over the group as they helped the students out of the compartment. All Might breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're all safe. All Might sat in the teacher's lounge, exhaling a deep sigh of exhaustion and relief. The day's events had taken a toll on him, both physically and emotionally. As he tried to relax, a yellow caterpillar moved by his feet. It was Aizawa, emerging from his yellow sleeping bag. All Might glanced at Aizawa, momentarily wondering if this time Aizawa might transform and grow wings. But no, Aizawa remained in his usual form. Despite his fatigue, All Might couldn't help but tremble under Aizawa's intense aura. Aizawa fixed All Might with a steely gaze. How could you allow a dangerous support item on the first day for first years? Aizawa began, his tone cold and stern. In the UA teacher handbook, it states that before the battle trials, teachers should go over the students' costumes and support gear. Over time, we give them the chance to wield their dangerous support gear in a supervised environment. All Might opened his mouth to respond, but Aizawa cut him off. I know what you're going to say. It was in a supervised environment, after all, it was ground beta, Aizawa continued, his voice growing sharper. But I mean not in front of everyone. Thanks to this Eggman incident, the whole battle trial had real stakes. If Izuku had directed Bakugo's gauntlet blasts upward, they would have been dead. Thanks to you. All Might's face turned pale as the weight of his failure sank in. He had always prided himself on being a symbol of peace and a guiding light for his students. But today, he had put them in grave danger. Aizawa's harsh words echoed in his mind. He realized that his decision to allow such dangerous support items without proper review had been a critical mistake. His heart sank as he thought about the potential consequences. Nearby, Vanilla watched the exchange with a satisfied grin. She had been working with Aizawa, teaching him the importance of discipline and accountability. Seeing Aizawa hold All Might accountable for his actions showed that her lessons were taking root. Aizawa noticed Vanilla's expression and felt a flicker of appreciation. Her influence had helped him become a more effective and responsible teacher. He turned back to All Might, his gaze softening slightly. All Might, Aizawa said, his tone less harsh but still firm, we're here to train these students to be heroes. We can't afford to make mistakes like this. We need to ensure their safety while pushing them to grow. All Might nodded, his eyes filled with regret and determination. You're right, Aizawa. I made a mistake, and I'll do everything in my power to ensure it doesn't happen again. Thank you for reminding me of my responsibilities. Aizawa nodded, satisfied with All Might's response. Good. Let's move forward from this and make sure we're always putting the students' safety and growth first. As the students exited Amy and Izuku felt a wave of happiness wash over them. They had successfully rescued their classmates in ground beta and brought Eggman's plans to a halt. The sense of accomplishment and relief was palpable between them. Walking down the steps, they spotted Bakugo and Aizawa talking a short distance away. Izuku's body tensed at the sight of Bakugo, recalling the intense confrontation during the battle trials. But before he could react, Amy marched straight up to Bakugo. Hey, what the? Bakugo started, but his words were cut off by a swift kick from Amy, right in the groin. Bakugo crumpled to the ground, gasping in pain. Amy turned on her heel and rejoined Izuku. Let's go, Izu, she said firmly, taking his hand. Izuku's eyes widened in shock. I hope nobody saw that, he murmured, glancing around nervously. As they made their way home, Izuku's phone buzzed with a new text message. He pulled it out and read the message from Nezu. Tomorrow, I would like to speak with you and young Bakugo about your past. Izuku paled, remembering the things Bakugo had shouted during their fight. Did he hear what Bakugo said? He wondered aloud. In response, a tiny Nezu popped up on Izuku's phone screen, dancing cheerfully. Izuku quickly exited the Nezu app, his mind racing with possibilities. As they reached Izuku's apartment, Inko greeted them at the door, her concern evident. Izuku, Amy, how was your day? She asked, pulling them into a hug. Izuku forced a smile. It was eventful, Mom, but everything's okay now. Amy nodded, her expression softening as she felt the warmth of Inko's embrace. We have something to discuss tomorrow, but for now, let's just relax. Inko smiled, relieved to have them both home safe. All right, let's have dinner and unwind. You both look like you could use a break. That night, Izuku and Amy sat together in his room, talking about the events of the day and their upcoming meeting with Nezu. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but they were determined to face whatever came their way together. Izuku looked at Amy, gratitude and admiration shining in his eyes. Thanks for standing up for me, Amy. I don't know what I'd do without you. Amy smiled, leaning in to kiss him gently. We'll always have each other's backs, Izu. No matter what. Once ready for bed, Amy looked up at Izuku with tears in her eyes from her futon. You could have died from that explosion Bakugo released. I have to do this, said Amy, removing her gloves. Her hands were shown for the first time in public. In Mobius, we only take our gloves off if we are ready to go beyond kissing our special someone. I want you now, said Amy. Izuku blushed, never seeing Amy without her gloves. Izuku gulped and nodded. As the moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the room, Izuku felt his heart race. He looked at Amy, her vulnerability and sincerity making his chest tighten with emotion. I want you too, Amy, he whispered, his voice trembling slightly with anticipation and nervousness. But are you sure? This is a big step. Amy nodded, her eyes glistening with a mix of tears and determination. I've never been more sure about anything, Izu. You've risked so much for me, and I want to show you how much you mean to me. She reached out, taking his hands in hers, her touch warm and comforting. Slowly, she guided him closer, their breaths mingling as the distance between them disappeared. Izuku felt a surge of emotions, love, desire, and a profound sense of connection. He leaned in, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss, each of them pouring their hearts into the embrace. As they pulled back, breathing heavily, Amy's hands gently trailed up his arms, her touch sending shivers down his spine. Let's make this moment ours, she whispered, her voice filled with resolve. Izuku nodded, his own resolve solidifying. Together, he agreed, his eyes locked onto hers. They moved closer, their bodies entwining as they gave in to the intensity of their emotions, sharing a night that would forever bind them together in ways words could never fully capture. They separated as Izuku breathed in, calming down. I'm ready. Izuku removed his shirt, revealing bandages still wrapped around him, with half his muscles on display. Amy lightly touched his abs, feeling the warmth of his body. Izuku felt the cool touch of Amy's hands, which felt good against his heated skin. Amy took off her shirt, revealing her sports bra. Izuku's eyes widened, his face growing red as Amy's mirrored his reaction. Izuku's hands touched her stomach, sending shivers down both their spines. Izuku blushed as he stood up, pulling down his pajama pants to reveal his underwear, where a noticeable bulge formed. Amy's eyes widened, and she turned away as she removed her pajama bottoms. Her tail came into view, as well as her rounded backside, her panties straining against her curves. Izuku reached out and gently touched her tail, eliciting a squeak and a moan from Amy. Amy turned around, and Izuku saw the outline of her entrance through her damp panties. They stared at each other for a moment before Izuku closed his eyes and started to remove his last piece of clothing. "Not yet, don't remove your bottom underwear. I'm not that ready," said Amy, moaning. Izuku opened his eyes. He could see her panties were wet, her eyes filled with lust. She blushed deeply as she removed her sports bra, her breasts bouncing free, nipples erect in a darker pink. Amy turned around shy. Izuku gasped, his hands itching to touch her. Amy's breath hitched as his member grew erect. The underwear strained to hold it as the head of his member peeked out the top. Izuku paused, his eyes drinking in the sight of her plump ass. The temperature seemed to rise between them. Izuku's member grew a couple of inches longer as adrenaline surged through him. They stood there, blushing and eyeing each other's exposed bodies, unsure of what to do next. Nervous, Izuku started walking, looking down and accidentally stepping on her bra. He could feel the padding beneath his feet, causing him to stumble. He fell forward, knocking Amy down with him, and they landed on the futon. Izuku steadied himself, his hands finding Amy's breasts, his fingers sinking into her soft flesh, thumbs brushing against her erect nipples. His member warmed up her panties, making her blush and moan. Izuku looked at her face, her eyes closed and a look of pleasure spread across her features. He moved his thumbs, rubbing her nipples, and she moaned louder. Izuku removed his hands, placing them to the side as he kissed her breasts. He kissed her nipples before licking them. Izuku then felt the curve of her back as he cupped her ass, causing Amy to moan out, "Cuddle with me." Izuku tried to lift Amy, causing him to fall as Amy sat on his face. Her cheeks sinking into his face, she got up blushing as Izuku was dazed with a smile on his face. He shook his head, then tried a second time. Izuku picked up Amy and placed her gently in his bed. As he hugged her, his face was enveloped in her softness. He turned her over onto her side, wrapping his arms around her, pressing their bodies together. Slowly, they drifted off to sleep, the warmth of each other lulling them into a peaceful slumber. Aizawa dragged Bakugo to his house, a firm grip on the young student's arm. Bakugo's expression was one of defiance, but Aizawa's stern demeanor left no room for argument. They arrived at the Bakugo residence, and Aizawa knocked on the door with purpose. Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo opened the door, surprised to see Aizawa standing there with their son. "What happened?" Mitsuki asked, her tone filled with concern. "Your son almost killed a student during class," Aizawa stated bluntly. The Bakugo parents let Aizawa in, and they all sat down in the living room. Aizawa explained the situation in detail. The battle trials, Bakugo's dangerous use of his support gear, and the near-tragic outcome. Mitsuki's eyes widened with each word, and she quickly turned her anger toward Katsuki. She started hitting him on the head, tears forming in her eyes. "If you had succeeded, what would Aunt Inko think? Having to bury her son?" she shouted, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and anger. Aizawa allowed Mitsuki to vent her frustration before continuing. "Principal Nezu and I have discussed this matter at length. We have decided to give Katsuki 3 chances. This incident counts as strike 1. If he fails to improve his behavior, there will be severe consequences. Is this acceptable to you?" Masaru, who had been silent, nodded solemnly. "We understand. We don't want Katsuki to lose his chance to become a hero, but he needs to learn the importance of controlling his temper and respecting his peers." Mitsuki, though still visibly upset, also nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. We'll make sure he understands the gravity of the situation." Aizawa looked directly at Bakugo, his gaze piercing. "Katsuki, this is your chance to change. You have incredible potential, but if you don't learn to control your anger and respect others, you won't make it as a hero. Do you understand?" Bakugo, his usual bravado subdued, nodded slowly. Yes, I understand. As Aizawa prepared to leave, he turned to Mitsuki and Masaru once more. I'll be monitoring Katsuki closely. If there are any more incidents, we'll have to take further action. Thank you for your cooperation. The Bakugo parents walked Aizawa to the door, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. We appreciate your efforts to help Katsuki, Masaru said. Aizawa nodded and left, hoping that this would be a turning point for Bakugo. After Aizawa left, Mitsuki and Masaru sat down with Katsuki, their expressions serious. Katsuki, we know you want to be the best hero, but you need to understand that being a hero isn't just about power. It's about protecting others, including your classmates, Masaru said gently. Mitsuki added, we love you, but we can't support this kind of behavior. You need to change, or you'll end up losing everything you've worked for. Bakugo, feeling the weight of his parents' words and Aizawa's ultimatum, nodded. I get it, I'll try to do better. With that promise, the Bakugo family hoped for a better future, one where Katsuki could truly become the hero he aspired to be. The dawn broke gently, the early rays of sunlight streaming through the curtains and casting a soft, golden hue over the room. Izuku stirred first, his mind replaying the events of the night. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, but also the weight of the day ahead. They had a crucial meeting with Nezu, and the stakes were higher than ever. He looked down at Amy, still asleep, her face serene and content. He couldn't help but smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude for her presence in his life. Carefully, he untangled himself from her embrace, trying not to wake her as he got out of bed. Amy stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She smiled sleepily at Izuku, reaching out to him. Good morning, Izu, she murmured, her voice soft and filled with affection. Good morning, Amy, he replied, leaning down to kiss her forehead. We should get ready. Today's a big day. Amy nodded, her expression growing serious as she remembered their meeting with Nezu. You're right, let's face it together. They got dressed quickly, the intimacy of the previous night giving them a renewed sense of strength and unity. As they prepared to leave, they exchanged a look of mutual determination. Amy and Izuku met up with Sonic and Momo as they walked to UA. The entrance was full of reporters. As a female reporter stuck a microphone into Izuku's face. How are All Might's classes? Excuse me, I have to go to the principal's office, said Izuku holding up his phone showing the Principal Nezu app. An angry Nezu pops up. The reporter backed away letting the four of them through. As nearby Ochako is stopped by male news reporter. Will you tell us about what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? Exclamation mark quote, he said. What he's like. He's very muscular, said Ochako. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? Exclamation mark quote, said another reporter. He made me recognize that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. Of course, his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a top hero directly from one, said Iida, which put everyone to sleep. About All Might. Wow, you're scruffy. What's your deal? Said a reporter as Aizawa and Vanilla walked through the gates. He's not on duty today, said Vanilla. You are disturbing the classes, please leave, said Aizawa. The reporters chase after them as the gate closes. Hey what the? Said the female reporter. It's the UA barrier. That's what we call it, said one of the other reporters. That's so lame. If someone tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter, the security system kicks in. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school. As Izuku and Amy made their way to the meeting with Nezu, the weight of the upcoming conversation loomed heavy on Izuku's mind. He knew they would have to discuss the recent events, and that meant confronting a part of his past he had always struggled to talk about, his history with Bakugo. As they walked side by side, Amy noticed the way Izuku's shoulders tensed and his steps grew hesitant. She reached out, gently taking his hand in hers, her touch warm and reassuring. Izu, she began softly, her voice filled with concern, are you okay? Izuku glanced at her, his eyes betraying the turmoil inside. I'm just nervous, Amy. Talking about Bakugo, it brings up a lot of painful memories. I don't know if I can do this. Amy squeezed his hand, stopping him in his tracks. She turned to face him, her expression full of understanding and compassion. "You don't have to do this alone, Izu. I'm here with you, and I always will be. It's okay to feel scared, but remember, you're not the same person you were back then. You've grown so much, and you're stronger than you think." Her words resonated with him, the sincerity in her voice calming the storm inside his mind. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling some of the tension ease away. "Thank you, Amy. I guess I'm afraid of what everyone will think. That they'll see me as weak for how I let Bakugo treat me all those years." Amy shook her head, stepping closer to him. "You were never weak, Izu. What happened with Bakugo wasn't your fault, and you showed incredible strength by enduring it and still becoming the amazing person you are today. If anything, it just proves how resilient you are." Izuku felt a lump form in his throat, her words touching him deeply. He looked into her eyes, finding comfort in the kindness and love he saw there. "You're right," he said, his voice more steady now. "I need to face this, not just for me, but for us, for our future." Amy smiled, a warm and encouraging smile that filled him with courage. "And I'll be right there with you, every step of the way. We'll face this together, Izu, just like we always do." With renewed determination, Izuku nodded, feeling more ready to confront his past than ever before. They continued walking, hand in hand, toward the meeting with Nezu. They reached the door as it creaked open, revealing a spacious office dominated by a large desk that seemed almost comically oversized for the small figure seated behind it. Principal Nezu, with his usual calm demeanor, looked like a stuffed animal perched on the massive chair, yet his presence exuded authority. 3 seats were arranged around the desk, with Bakugo already sitting to the left. Amy took the middle seat, her presence a comforting anchor for Izuku, who settled into the chair on the right. The tension in the room was palpable, each breath heavy with unspoken words. Principal Nezu broke the silence with a cordial tone. "Everyone has joined us today. Would anyone here like some tea before we start?" Bakugo scoffed dismissively, while Amy and Izuku both raised their hands. Nezu, ever the gracious host, poured them each a cup of tea. Izuku took a tentative sip, feeling the warmth of the liquid calm his nerves and ease the butterflies fluttering in his stomach. The soothing effect of the tea brought him a small but significant measure of peace. Nezu's expression shifted, becoming more serious as he set aside the teapot. "I did some research on your middle school," he began, his tone even and measured. "It seems to have been falling apart. I also took a deep dive into the teacher's notes that were included in your school applications. What I read doesn't quite match up." Before Nezu could elaborate, Bakugo cut in with a sharp tone. "Yeah, like the fact that Izuku was hiding his quirk the whole time." Nezu remained unfazed by Bakugo's outburst. "Recovery girl, Midoriya, and I went over this subject after the entrance exam," he explained, his voice carrying a weight of authority. From Recovery Girl's analysis, she was grateful that his quirk was a stockpile type and that it took a long time to gather energy. Otherwise, if he had awakened it at full power around age 4, it would likely have killed him and anyone near him, perhaps even including you. Bakugo fell silent, his usual bravado dimmed by Nezu's words. Nezu continued, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the room. "As for his misdiagnosis, that's easy to explain. The doctor in charge was working with outdated information. The idea that the presence of an extra joint in the pinky toe guaranteed quirklessness is a fallacy, one with a 50% chance of being accurate. As more people with extra quirk joints were born with quirks, this correlation faded by the 6th generation. Izuku, being from the 5th generation, still carried this trait, while you, Bakugo, are from the 6th generation. Izuku's family line on his mother's side held onto the older traits longer due to their quirks, while your family line experienced a rapid evolution." Nezu paused for a moment, carefully choosing his next words as he observed the tension in the room. Izuku felt Amy's hand subtly brush against his under the table, a silent reminder that she was there for him. He took another sip of the tea, feeling the warmth spread through him as Nezu continued. "There's more to this than just misunderstanding quirks," Nezu said, his voice calm but firm. "I've uncovered a pattern of mistreatment and neglect in your middle school, Izuku. The records show consistent bias, favoritism, and even outright bullying that was overlooked or, worse, condoned by the faculty. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest as Nezu's words struck at the core of his painful memories. He stole a glance at Bakugo, who was glaring at the table, his fists clenched tightly. The anger in Bakugo's eyes was still there, but there was something else too, an unease, a hint of doubt that Izuku had rarely seen. Nezu continued, turning his attention to Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo, it's clear that the environment you grew up in did nothing to curb your more destructive tendencies. In fact, it may have encouraged them. Your teacher's lack of intervention allowed your behavior to escalate unchecked. But that does not absolve you of responsibility. Bakugo's jaw tightened, but he remained silent, clearly struggling with what was being said. Izuku, Nezu said gently, turning his gaze toward him, I understand this is difficult to discuss, but it's important that we address these issues openly. Your experience has shaped you, and it's something that needs to be acknowledged, not hidden away. Izuku swallowed hard, the words on the tip of his tongue. He had always struggled to talk about his past, the years of being quirkless, the relentless bullying, and the isolation he felt. But with Amy by his side, he felt a strength he hadn't before. He took a deep breath, meeting Nezu's eyes. I was always told that I was useless because I didn't have a quirk, Izuku began, his voice trembling slightly. Bakugo, Kachan was the worst of it. He made sure I knew I was beneath him, and he paused, fighting the urge to retreat into himself. I believed it for a long time. Amy squeezed his hand, encouraging him to continue. But when I got into UA, when I met people who saw me as more than just quirkless Deku, I realized that I could be more. I started to believe in myself, and that's when my quirk manifested. It wasn't something I was hiding. It was something I had to grow into. Nezu nodded, his expression thoughtful. Thank you, Izuku. It takes great courage to speak about such a painful past, especially in front of those who contributed to it. Bakugo shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes still glued to the table. The room was heavy with the weight of unspoken words. Finally, Bakugo broke the silence, his voice low and rough. So what, are you saying it's all my fault? That I made him quirkless? Nezu shook his head. No, Bakugo, this isn't about assigning blame. It's about understanding the impact our actions have on others. The fact that you and Izuku are here today, still willing to work together, speaks volumes about both of you. But this meeting is not just about looking back, it's about moving forward. Nezu leaned forward, his gaze sharp. Both of you have the potential to be incredible heroes, but only if you can learn from your past and grow beyond it. Izuku, you have to continue believing in your worth, regardless of what anyone says. Bakugo, you need to recognize that power is not about domination, it's about protecting those who can't protect themselves. The room fell silent as Nezu's words settled in. Izuku could feel the tension beginning to lift, replaced by a sense of clarity. Amy's hand in his was a steady anchor, reminding him that he wasn't alone. Amy's hands began to tremble as Nezu's words hung in the air. The memories she had tried to keep buried resurfaced with an intensity that made her chest tighten. Her eyes welled with tears, and despite her best efforts to stay composed, the dam broke. Principal Nezu, Amy began, her voice shaky, there's something you need to know about what I went through at that school. It wasn't just Izuku who suffered. She paused, taking a deep breath, but the tears came faster than her words. They did horrible things to me too. Izuku turned to her, his eyes widening with concern. He hadn't known the full extent of what Amy had endured, and seeing her like this made his heart ache. The teachers, they held a class, Amy continued, her voice cracking, about how people with mutation quirks were dangerous, frightening. And for those of us with cute animal mutations, they said we were meant to be. She choked on the words, her tears flowing freely now, treated as sex slaves. They even went further on how to take care of them. A horrified silence fell over the room. Even Bakugo, who had been simmering with anger and discomfort, looked shocked by what Amy was revealing. Nezu's small eyes narrowed, a deep, thoughtful frown on his face as he listened. After that class, it was like a nightmare, Amy continued, her voice barely above a whisper. The boys, they cornered me, surrounded me, every day. They'd grab me, say disgusting things, and Izuku, he always tried to protect me. He fought them off even though they were stronger, even though he had no quirk to defend himself with. Izuku was silent, his heart pounding painfully in his chest. Amy's words brought back memories he had tried to suppress, the sickening fear, the helplessness, and the overwhelming need to protect Amy, even at the cost of his own safety. Tears spilled over Izuku's cheeks as he began to speak, his voice trembling with the weight of all he had kept bottled up. I got so many death threats. They'd leave notes in my locker, on my desk, telling me I should just disappear, that the world would be better off without a quirkless freak like me. Amy's hand tightened around his, her own tears mingling with his as she squeezed it in support. They destroyed everything I had, Izuku continued, his voice breaking. My notebooks, my drawings, even the little things that meant something to me, they tore them apart. But there was this one time, someone left me flowers. I don't know who it was, but they were beautiful. I've kept them alive in my garden ever since, just to remind myself that not everything in that place was meant to hurt me. Amy rested her head on his shoulder, her tears soaking through his shirt. And you always defended me, Izu. Even when you were hurt, you never gave up, and neither did I, because of you. Nezu sat back in his chair, his expression grave. I'm deeply sorry for what both of you have gone through. The treatment you endured is beyond reprehensible, and it's clear that the environment you were in was toxic in ways that should never be allowed in any educational institution. Bakugo's fists remained clenched, but his expression was no longer one of anger. There was a flicker of something else there, perhaps guilt or remorse. He was uncharacteristically quiet, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Nezu continued, his tone gentle but firm. Izuku, Amy, I commend you for your bravery in sharing this. What happened to you was wrong on every level, and it's important that we acknowledge it so that we can move forward in a way that ensures this never happens again. Here at UA, you're safe, and you're valued, not for your quirks, but for who you are as people. Izuku and Amy both nodded, their tears slowing as they found some comfort in Nezu's words. Nezu then turned to Bakugo, his gaze piercing. Katsuki, I hope you understand now the full extent of the damage that can be done when we allow cruelty to go unchecked. Izuku and Amy deserve your respect, not just as fellow students, but as individuals who have shown incredible strength in the face of adversity. Bakugo didn't respond immediately, his face a mix of emotions. Finally, he muttered, I get it. His voice was low, strained, as though the admission was physically painful for him. Nezu allowed the silence to linger for a moment before he spoke again. Now, I believe it's time we discuss how we can support you both moving forward, and how we can ensure that UA remains a place where all students can thrive, without fear or intimidation. Izuku wiped his tears, taking a moment to steady himself before speaking. The raw emotions of the past few minutes had drained him, but he knew this was an opportunity to make things better, not just for himself and Amy, but for their future at UA. Principal Nezu, Izuku began, his voice still trembling slightly, I appreciate everything you've said. It means a lot to know that we're safe here, but Amy and I have been through so much. It's not something we can just move on from. I think we need help to heal from this. Amy nodded in agreement, her hand still holding Izuku's for support. We've both been carrying these wounds for so long. And even though we're stronger now, it still hurts. Izu's right. We need a plan to help us heal, so we can keep moving forward as heroes. Nezu listened intently, his small eyes thoughtful. I understand, and I commend you both for recognizing the importance of addressing these emotional scars. Healing from trauma is not a straightforward path, but it's an essential one. I believe there are several ways we can support you through this. Nezu leaned forward, his voice gentle but authoritative. First, I can arrange for you both to speak with a counselor here at UA. We have professionals who specialize in trauma and emotional support, and they can help you navigate these feelings, offering coping strategies and a safe space to talk. Izuku nodded, feeling a small sense of relief at the idea. That would help a lot, Principal Nezu. I think having someone to talk to, someone who understands, would make a difference. Amy squeezed his hand, her eyes soft with understanding. And maybe we could also work on something together, something positive. Like a project that helps other students who might be struggling, too. I think it could help us heal if we're able to use our experiences to make UA a better place. Nezu smiled at that, nodding approvingly. I think that's an excellent idea, Amy. You and Izuku have the potential to not only heal yourselves but to inspire and support others who may be going through their own challenges. We can discuss some options for projects or initiatives you can lead, something that aligns with your passions and goals as future heroes. Bakugo, who had been uncharacteristically quiet throughout the discussion, finally spoke up, his voice rough and low. "TCH, you guys are tougher than I gave you credit for. If you're gonna do this, then make it count." Izuku looked at Bakugo, surprised by the words, though there was still an edge to them. But underneath that, he sensed something different, maybe not quite an apology, but a step towards something more respectful. Nezu looked between them all, his expression serious but kind. "This is a new beginning for all of you. Izuku, Amy, I'll arrange for counseling sessions to start as soon as possible, and we'll work together on a project that allows you to channel your experiences into something meaningful. Remember, you're not alone in this. You have the support of UA, your friends, and each other." Izuku and Amy both nodded. They walked back to their homeroom. The meeting took 20 minutes. They opened the door. Aizawa at the front. He eyed them. "Since everyone is here, now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you." The class froze scared as they thought. "Take another special test." The classroom buzzed with excitement and anticipation as Mr. Aizawa's announcement hung in the air. The decision of who would become the class representative for Class 1A was not just a matter of responsibility, it was a chance to shine, to lead, and to prove one's worth. Hiroshima was the first to speak up, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I want to be the class representative. Pick me." His eager grin was infectious, and a few of his classmates nodded in agreement. Jiro smirked, twirling a strand of her hair. "I'm sure you need me," she said, her confidence clear in her tone. She knew she had the skills to lead, and she wasn't shy about it. Meanwhile, other students began to stir, some more vocal than others. "Ah, the role of a leader suits my style," Yuga Aoyama declared dramatically, striking a pose that made a few students roll their eyes. Tsuyu Asui remained calm, her voice steady as she simply stated, "I think I'd be a good class representative." Bakugo scoffed, leaning back in his chair with his trademark scowl. "TCH, I don't care who's in charge, just don't be an idiot." Among the group, Blaze the cat, who was known for her calm and collected demeanor, exchanged a thoughtful glance with Knuckles the echidna. "A leader should be someone who's strong, but also wise," Blaze commented, her voice soft but firm. Knuckles nodded in agreement. "I'd rather be the muscle behind the rep," he added, his straightforward nature showing. Tails, with his ever-inventive mind, spoke up next. "Maybe the class representative should be someone who can think quickly and solve problems on the spot." Sonic, always up for a challenge, gave a thumbs up. "I'm all for that, speedy decisions and all, right." Amidst the chaos, Silver the Hedgehog's voice rose above the others, calm yet firm. "The class representative should be someone who understands the importance of working together and supporting everyone." Mei Hatsume, meanwhile, was already jotting down ideas in her notebook, excited by the prospect of creating new gadgets to help the class. "Oh, I could invent so many things to help us all out." Momo Yaoyorozu's thoughtful gaze swept over her classmates as she considered the responsibilities of the role. A class representative must be organized and able to coordinate effectively. As more voices chimed in, it was clear that each candidate brought something unique to the table. The decision would not be easy. Ida's voice cut through the noise, his hand raised with precision. "It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one." His stern expression emphasized the seriousness of his words, and the classroom fell into a contemplative silence. Some students nodded in agreement, while others seemed taken aback by Ida's formal approach. The idea of holding a proper election resonated with the group, aligning with the values of leadership and responsibility that a class representative should embody. Aizawa, observing the class's reactions, gave a slight nod of approval. "Very well, if the class agrees, we will proceed with an election. Each candidate will have the opportunity to present their case before we cast our votes." The class agreed that the most fair and unbiased method would be a secret ballot. There was a sense of anticipation as the students prepared for the upcoming election. Mr. Aizawa passed out small slips of paper to each student, instructing them to write down the name of the person they believed would best represent the class. "Take your time and think carefully," Aizawa said in his usual monotone voice. "This decision will affect how we move forward as a class." The room was quiet as each student considered their options. Some glanced around at their classmates, weighing the strengths and weaknesses of each candidate. Others stared intently at their slips of paper, deep in thought. Once everyone had finished, Aizawa collected the ballots in a small box. He took a moment to shuffle them before beginning to read the names aloud. Sonic, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya, Iida. The names continued, with each candidate's name being called out at least once. Finally, the last ballot was read. The classroom held its breath as Mr. Aizawa counted the votes in his head. "The results are in," he announced. The class representative for 1A is Momo Yaoyorozu, Aizawa announced, his voice breaking the silence that had filled the room. A wave of applause followed as the students acknowledged Momo's victory. She stood up, a mixture of surprise and pride on her face, and gave a respectful bow to her classmates. "I'm honored to be chosen," Momo said, her voice steady but filled with emotion. "I promise to do my best to lead us and ensure that we all succeed together." Aizawa continued, "And the position of vice representative goes to Tenya Iida." Iida stood tall, his expression one of solemn determination. "Thank you for entrusting me with this responsibility. I will support Yaoyorozu-san to the best of my ability, ensuring that our class maintains the highest standards of discipline and excellence." The class seemed pleased with the outcome, recognizing the balance between Momo's strategic mind and Iida's unwavering dedication to rules and order. The two made a strong team, and their leadership would surely guide Class 1A through the challenges ahead. As the excitement of the election began to settle, Aizawa gave the pair a nod. "You two will meet with me later to discuss your duties. For now, let's move on." The rest of the class returned to their seats, their thoughts now turning to the tasks and challenges that awaited them under the new leadership. The classroom was quieting down when a sudden burst of noise from next door caught everyone's attention. The voice was unmistakable, loud and full of bravado. "My manifesto is for all girls' skirts to be centimeters above the knee." The declaration was followed by a resounding slap, the sound echoing through the thin walls. The students of Class 1A exchanged puzzled glances, some stifling laughter while others looked bewildered. Hiroshima leaned over to Kaminari with a grin. "Did you hear that? Someone's getting what they deserve," he whispered. Mina giggled, covering her mouth. "Wonder who got slapped. They totally had it coming." Even Bakugo, who usually couldn't care less about what others were doing, let out a low growl of annoyance. "Who the hell is running that circus next door?" Midoriya looked worried, already imagining the chaos that must be unfolding. "That didn't sound good. Should we go check on them?" Momo, newly elected as the class rep, raised a hand to calm the murmurs. "We should probably focus on our own tasks, but we should also be prepared to assist if things escalate," she said thoughtfully. Iida adjusted his glasses and frowned. "Such behavior is unbecoming of a future hero. We should see if any assistance is needed." Before anyone could decide on the next move, Mr. Aizawa sighed, clearly unamused by the distraction. "Ignore it. It's probably just Mineta causing trouble again. Focus on your own class." The cafeteria was filled with the usual hum of chatter as students enjoyed their lunch, but at the table where Sonic, Momo, Izuku, and Amy sat, the mood was a bit more reflective. Momo, nibbling on her food thoughtfully, spoke up, "I wonder who voted for me." She glanced around the table, curious but not pressing for answers. Sonic and Izuku both avoided her gaze, whistling innocently as they stared intently at their trays. Their behavior didn't go unnoticed by Momo, who raised an eyebrow but decided not to press the issue. Amy, however, was more forthcoming. "I voted for Izuku," she said with a bright smile, causing Midoriya to blush slightly. They were halfway through their meal when the calm of the cafeteria was shattered by the sudden blaring of an alarm. The room erupted into chaos as students jumped to their feet, panic spreading like wildfire. Izuku's phone buzzed urgently in his pocket. He quickly pulled it out, his eyes widening as he read the notification. It was from the Nezu app, a direct message from Principal Nezu himself. There has been a level 3 security breach. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. Don't worry, it's just the press. Could you please stop the commotion? Izuku quickly relayed the message to the others at the table. It's just the press trying to get in, he explained, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Principal Nezu wants us to help stop the commotion. Momo immediately took charge, her new role as class representative guiding her actions. We need to calm everyone down before this gets out of hand. If they hear it's just the press, they might settle down. Sonic nodded, his usual cocky grin replaced by a look of determination. I can zip around and spread the word fast. No need for everyone to freak out over a few reporters. Izuku stood up, glancing at the panicking students. I'll start with our class. We need to let them know everything's under control. Amy put her hand on Izuku's shoulder, giving him an encouraging smile. I'll go with you. We can cover more ground together. Sonic stood up from the table, cracking his knuckles with a determined look on his face. Leave it to me, he said, giving a confident thumbs up. Before anyone could respond, he was gone, a blur of blue speeding through the cafeteria. As Sonic zipped from table to table, he quickly relayed the message from Principal Nezu. Hey, calm down, it's just the press sneaking in, nothing to worry about. His words were carried by the wind he created, reaching every corner of the cafeteria in mere seconds. The effect was immediate. Students who had been on the verge of panic began to settle down, their initial fear replaced by relief. Whispers spread throughout the room as people shared what they had heard from Sonic, and the noise level gradually decreased. Back at the table, Momo watched Sonic's work with a mix of admiration and relief. He really knows how to get things done fast, she remarked. Izuku nodded, already seeing the tension in the room dissipate. Sonic's speed is really something. It's great that he was able to get the word out so quickly. Amy smiled, watching Sonic's streak of blue return to their table. That's our Sonic, always quick on his feet and even quicker to help. As Sonic rejoined them, the cafeteria had mostly returned to normal, with students resuming their lunches and conversations. Sonic sat down, looking pleased with himself. All in a day's work, he said casually, grabbing his sandwich. Momo took a deep breath, glad the situation had been diffused so smoothly. I think we handled that pretty well, she said, looking around the table. Izuku's phone buzzed again, and he checked it quickly. It was another message from Nezu. Thank you for your quick action. The situation is under control, and we've managed to escort the press off the premises. You all did well to keep things calm. Izuku relayed the message to the group, and they all shared a moment of satisfaction, knowing they had made a difference. As the teachers gathered around the remains of the gate, the air was thick with tension. The once sturdy structure had been reduced to nothing but blackened ash, a stark reminder of the power that had infiltrated their supposedly secure school grounds. Midnight's eyes narrowed as she surveyed the scene. How were ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? She questioned, her voice laced with disbelief and concern. Principal Nezu, perched on Smentas's shoulder, folded his tiny paws together in contemplation. His normally cheerful demeanor was replaced by a rare, serious expression. This was no mere act of journalism gone awry. Some villain actually managed to infiltrate our school. But was this a show of power, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? Smentas, his massive form casting a shadow over the wreckage, nodded in agreement. We need to be on high alert. If they could breach our defenses this easily, who knows what else they're capable of. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a far more direct confrontation was unfolding. The villain, Habit Headgear, stood menacingly clutching a terrified family, his twisted grin betraying the enjoyment he derived from their fear. Listen, heroes, don't come after me. If you do, I'm gonna kill this whole family. You don't want the blood of these damn pipsqueaks on your hands, do you, heroes? His voice was filled with malice, each word dripping with the promise of violence. Mount. Lady and Kamui Woods lay on the ground, momentarily incapacitated by the villain's unexpected assault. The situation seemed dire, until a familiar, booming voice echoed through the streets. Never fear, citizens, Missouri Smash. In an instant, All Might descended from the sky, his yellow pinstripe suit gleaming in the sunlight. With a powerful karate chop, he sent Habit headgear flying forward, the captives falling. With his other arm, All Might deftly caught the family, cradling them with the utmost care. "I am here to make you safe, even on my morning commute," he said with his trademark smile, setting the civilians down gently. As the family breathed sighs of relief, All Might's expression shifted when he heard another cry for help. Oh no, a hit and run. Despite the growing fatigue gnawing at his body, he knew he couldn't ignore someone in need. "I shouldn't be late for school, but I can't ignore someone in need," he muttered, pushing past his exhaustion as he launched himself into the air once more. As he soared through the sky, the familiar feeling of strain gripped his chest. "Clearly, I've gotten slower. My powers have been weakening even faster since I transferred one for all to young Midoriya. I've been pushing my hero form too far past its limits," he thought, the image of his successor, Izuku Midoriya, flashing in his mind. "Fighting that sludge villain, even though I was exhausted, shortened the time I can spend as the symbol of peace. Even though Midoriya is a more suitable vessel now, he's still a 15-year-old boy. I have to make sure I guide him well." His thoughts were interrupted by the impact as he crashed into the hood of the hit-and-run vehicle, bringing it to an abrupt stop. The driver, a panicked villain, tried to flee, but All Might was already on the move, apprehending the criminal in seconds. "There's a hostage emergency going on across town," a civilian called out to him, the urgency clear in their voice. All Might's resolve hardened. Despite his weakening state, he knew he couldn't rest yet. Pushing through the pain and the fatigue, he took off once again, heading toward the new threat. "For today's hero basic training you will have 3 instructors, All Might and me, and one more person," said Aizawa. "Excuse me, what will we be doing?" said Iida raising his hand. "We will be doing rescue training. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities, too. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus." "That is all. Start getting ready," said Aizawa. Once outside, Momo, taking her role as class representative seriously, had made sure everyone boarded the bus in an orderly manner. Iida, ever the stickler for protocol, was about to comment on the unexpected seating arrangement, but stopped short when he realized how smoothly everything was running. With a respectful bow, he acknowledged Momo's leadership. "Forgive me, Yaoyorozu, you really are the right choice for class representative." As the bus made its way to the training site, the students settled into their seats. Conversations buzzed around the bus, with each student speculating about what kind of training they might be facing. Halfway through the journey, Tsuyu Asui, known for her blunt and straightforward nature, decided to break the silence. "I say whatever comes to mind." "Hey, Midoriya, Karo," she said, her large eyes fixed on Izuku. Izuku, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to attention. Yes, Asui. Call me, Su," she replied, her tone casual and unbothered. Izuku nodded, trying to keep his nervousness at bay. Okay, Su." Satisfied, Tsuyu continued, "Your quirk is like All Might's." "Karo." The comment hung in the air, drawing the attention of the other students. Izuku felt a familiar weight settle on his shoulders. His quirk, one for all, was a closely guarded secret, and talking about it always made him anxious. He took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. Amy, sitting beside him, noticed his discomfort and gave his hand a reassuring squeeze, grounding him. "My quirk is a form of stockpiling power," Izuku began, carefully choosing his words. "But sooner or later, I have to build it up again. I don't think All Might has that limitation like I do. We never see him doing anything before or after fights that suggest he needs to recharge." He realized he was starting to ramble, his words coming out in a flurry. Before he could continue, Bakugo, who had been sitting a few rows back, interrupted him with his usual bluntness. "Hey, Deku, Izuku, you're mumbling again." Izuku froze, momentarily thrown off by Bakugo's correction. The fact that Bakugo had consciously used his actual name instead of his old derogatory nickname was surprising. Izuku turned to look at him, unsure of what to make of the situation. Bakugo's eyes were sharp, but there was a hint of something else there, something less hostile, more introspective. What, nerd, you think I'm still gonna call you that name after what I realized? The bus fell silent, the tension between the two palpable. The rest of the class watched, unsure of where this conversation was heading. Izuku hesitated, but then met Bakugo's gaze with determination. Kachan, what do you mean? Bakugo crossed his arms, leaning back in his seat. I'm not stupid, Deku. I've been watching. You're different now, stronger. And it's not just because of your quirk. There's something in you that wasn't there before. His voice was lower than usual, lacking its usual edge. I still think you're a damn nerd, but I'm not gonna treat you like the same weakling you used to be. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. This was the closest thing to an acknowledgement, even a grudging respect, that he'd ever received from Bakugo. It was a moment of clarity between the two, a shift in their complicated relationship. Before the conversation could go any further, the bus began to slow down, signaling that they were nearing their destination. Aizawa's voice broke the silence, pulling everyone's attention to the front. We're here. Get ready. The excitement among the students was palpable as they stepped off the bus and were greeted by the sight of the space hero, 13, waiting for them at the entrance. Her iconic space suit glinted under the sunlight, a symbol of hope and rescue for so many. Everyone, I have been waiting for you, 13 said warmly, her voice filled with kindness and professionalism. There was an immediate squeal from Uraraka, who could barely contain her enthusiasm. It's the space hero, 13. The gentlemanly hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. 13's reputation as a hero who specialized in disaster relief was well known, and it was clear that the students were thrilled to meet her in person. Oh, I love 13. Uraraka added, her voice bubbling with excitement. 13 nodded at their enthusiasm and motioned for the group to follow her inside the facility. The large, domed building they entered was both impressive and intimidating, designed with various environments to simulate real-world disasters. As they walked further into the complex, 13 began to explain the purpose of the training site. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. This is the USJ, which stands for Universal Studios Japan. Kaminari interrupted, his face lighting up at the thought of the popular amusement park. Wow, they let us train there. Mina chimed in, equally surprised. 13 couldn't help but chuckle at their innocent misunderstanding. No, she corrected gently, the USJ stands for the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. It's a place where you can experience various disaster scenarios in a controlled environment, allowing you to practice your rescue techniques safely. 13 continued, her tone becoming more serious. Shall we begin? Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing, or two. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, everyone, I am sure you are aware of. My quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust. You have been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? But it is a power that can kill easily. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Aizawa's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers. And with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think you experienced the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening. That was wonderful. Bravo. Bravo. Iida exclaimed, standing up straight as he applauded 13's heartfelt and inspiring message. The other students smiled, some nodding in agreement with Iida's sentiments. 13's speech had resonated deeply with them, reminding them of the true purpose behind their powers, not just to fight villains, but to save lives. Aizawa, who had been quietly observing the group, took a step forward. All right, you've heard 13. This training is just as important, if not more so, than anything else we've done so far. I expect each of you to take this seriously. He then glanced over at 13, lowering his voice so only she could hear. 13. Where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. 13 leaned in slightly, her voice soft as she responded. About that, it looks like he did too much hero work on his way here and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge. Aizawa frowned slightly, concern flickering in his eyes, but he quickly masked it. I see. We'll proceed without him for now. Meanwhile, the students were still taking in the vast expanse of the USJ, marveling at the different zones designed to simulate various disaster scenarios. They could see the water area, where simulated shipwrecks would occur, the mountain area, where landslides and avalanches were common, and the burning cityscape, designed to mimic a city caught in the throes of a massive fire. As they looked around, a sense of anticipation and nervous energy filled the air. This would be their first real test of their abilities in a rescue situation, and they knew it would push them to their limits. Shall we begin? 13 asked, her tone returning to its usual calm and professional demeanor. She gestured toward the various zones. Each of these areas is designed to challenge you in different ways. You'll need to think quickly, work together, and most importantly, remember that your primary goal is to save lives. Now, let's get started. The students exchanged determined looks, ready to take on the challenge. But just as they were about to split into groups and begin their training, the lights in the USJ flickered ominously, and a strange sensation filled the air. It was as if the very atmosphere had shifted, becoming heavy and oppressive. The atmosphere in the facility shifted from controlled tension to sheer terror as the dark portal spewed forth the villains into the midst of the students. The disheveled man, wearing a yellow cape and sporting hands eerily placed all over his body, was none other than Tamura Shigaraki, the leader of this ominous group. His chilling smile sent shivers down the spines of the young heroes in training, who were quickly realizing that this was no ordinary exercise. Shigaraki's eyes scanned the area, his voice dripping with mockery as he spoke. 13. And Eraserhead, huh? The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was also supposed to be here. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh? Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd, too. Behind him stood a monstrous figure, towering at 8 feet tall, with an exposed brain and an elongated mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. The gem pulsing yellow in the center of its forehead added an unsettling aura to its already terrifying presence. This was Nomu, a bioengineered creature designed for one purpose, to defeat All Might. Its very existence was a testament to the lengths the villains were willing to go to bring down the symbol of peace. To the side of Shigaraki and Nomu were several menacing robots, their cold, mechanical eyes scanning the environment for any sign of threat. They stood ready, weapons primed to unleash havoc at a moment's notice. Aizawa, known as Eraserhead, quickly took control of the situation. His voice was firm and commanding, betraying none of the fear that gripped the students. 13. Protect the students. This isn't a drill. His capture weapon unraveled, and his eyes glowed red, prepared to erase any quirk that posed a danger to his students. Midoriya's heart pounded as he tried to process the rapidly escalating situation. His eyes darted around, taking in the sight of his classmates, all of whom were similarly frozen with fear. But he knew they had to act. This wasn't a situation they could run from. Villains, here, in the USJ, Midoriya whispered, trying to steady his breath. The reality of the situation was sinking in. They were up against real enemies with murderous intent, not just faceless simulations. We have to stay calm and follow Aizawa-sensei's lead, Iida whispered, his voice trembling but resolute. We need to protect each other. 13 nodded, her focus entirely on the students. Everyone, stay close to me. We'll get you out of here safely. She activated her quirk, Black Hole, prepared to defend against any attacks that might come their way. But Shigaraki wasn't done yet. His grin widened as he stepped forward, his hand outstretched as if ready to decay anything, or anyone, in his path. It's too bad All Might isn't here. I guess we'll have to make do with breaking his students instead. The villains began to advance, the Nomu letting out a low, menacing growl, while the robots whirred to life, their weapons aimed and ready. Back at the main plaza, chaos reigned as the League of Villains made their move. Sonic, still on high alert, continued to smash through the robots that had begun charging at the students. His speed was unmatched, and with every spin dash and homing attack, the machines crumpled into scrap metal. But his mind was elsewhere, haunted by the possibility that these robots might be similar to Eggman's creations, which often housed trapped animals. The robots charged the students. Sonic on muscle memory smashed the robots. Sonic stopped checking for creatures inside them. Nope. Are you looking for something? Izuku asked as he dodged a rogue robot that Sonic had missed, the concern evident in his voice. Sonic, slightly distracted, nodded. Yeah, sorry, force of habit. These robots remind me of the ones Eggman makes, unless. His voice trailed off, the thought unsettling him. Amy, who had been fending off a couple of villains with her hammer, jumped in to explain. Eggman uses animals to power his machines. Sonic always checks to make sure there aren't any creatures trapped inside. Izuku nodded in understanding, though the thought of such cruelty made his stomach churn. I see, but these robots, they're just meant to incapacitate us, not harm innocent creatures. As they continued to fend off the attackers, Aizawa was down in the plaza, taking out villains with cold efficiency. His quirk, Erasure, was nullifying the abilities of any villain who dared get too close. My quirk. The bullets won't come out. One villain exclaimed in panic as he tried to fire at Aizawa, only to find his power neutralized. Idiots. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. It's Eraserhead. Another villain shouted, spreading fear among their ranks. One villain, with 4 arms and a brutish appearance, charged at Aizawa, who calmly dodged the attack and countered with a swift punch to the face. His capture scarf lashed out like a living weapon, incapacitating multiple villains at once. Are you sure he doesn't have 2 quirks? Like a sentient quirk or something? One of the remaining villains muttered, eyeing the scarf warily as it seemed to move with a mind of its own. However, a closer look would reveal that Aizawa was expertly guiding the cloth with precise hand movements. Suddenly, the air shifted again, and the atmosphere grew even more tense as Kurogiri, the mist-covered villain, vanished from his previous location and reappeared behind the students and teachers. His presence sent a chill down everyone's spine. Greetings, we are the League of Villains. My name is Kurogiri. Like my leader said, we are here to kill All Might, he declared with a voice as cold as the void. Before anyone could react, Kurogiri's misty form began to stretch and expand, creating a portal that threatened to swallow everything in its path. 13, realizing the danger, quickly activated her quirk, Black Hole, attempting to pull Kurogiri into the void and neutralize the threat. But Kurogiri anticipated this move, opening another portal directly behind 13. The portal ripped a hole in her suit, causing her to stagger as her quirk sputtered to a halt. Now let the fun begin, Kurogiri said with chilling glee as his portals expanded, engulfing the students and scattering them across the various zones of the USJ. Blaze and Shoto landed with a heavy thud as they tumbled out of the portal, hitting the ground hard before quickly getting to their feet. They found themselves in the middle of the burning cityscape area of the USJ, surrounded by towering flames, crumbling buildings, and thick, choking smoke. The heat was almost unbearable, and the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of them. Blaze, however, remained calm and composed. Her eyes narrowed with determination as she surveyed the scene. We need to stay calm and focused, she said, her voice steady. These flames are nothing I can't handle. She raised her hand, and with a swift motion, her pyrokinetic powers surged to life. The raging flames around them responded to her will, bending and swirling to create a protective barrier of controlled fire. The heat in their immediate vicinity lessened as Blaze pushed back the encroaching inferno, keeping them safe. Shoto, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. His expression was serious as he activated his quirk, forming ice on his right side. He extended his arm, sending a wave of cold air and ice across the burning ground, cooling the area and preventing the flames from closing in. We need to find the others and regroup, Shoto said, his voice firm. The villains are trying to separate us to make us easier targets. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged from the flames ahead, his presence almost as intense as the fire itself. Blue flames danced ominously around his feet, casting an eerie glow in the smoky air. As he came closer, the details of his appearance became clear. His hair was black, his eyes cold, and a sinister smirk played on his lips. The shadowy figure stepped forward, his blue flames licking at the ground, intensifying the heat around them. Shoto's eyes narrowed as he recognized the man from news reports, Dabi, a notorious villain known for his destructive fire quirk. The sinister smirk on Dabi's face was a clear sign that he was here to cause chaos. Blaze stood her ground, her own flames responding instinctively to the presence of another fire user. The air crackled with energy as the two forces of nature faced off, the intense heat from Dabi's blue flames colliding with the controlled blaze surrounding Blaze and Shoto. "Well, what do we have here?" Dabi's voice was calm, almost mocking, as he surveyed the two young heroes. "A couple of kids playing with fire. This should be interesting." Blaze's eyes hardened as she stepped forward, her flames flaring up in response to the challenge. "You're playing with something far more dangerous than fire," she warned, her voice steady and confident. "You're putting innocent lives at risk." Dabi chuckled darkly, his flames flickering menacingly. "Innocent lives, huh? Let's see if you can protect them." Without warning, Dabi unleashed a torrent of blue flames, the intensity of the heat searing the air as it rushed toward Blaze and Shoto. The ground beneath them cracked and sizzled under the force of the attack. Shoto reacted quickly, raising his right arm and sending a massive wave of ice forward, meeting Dabi's flames head-on. The collision of fire and ice sent a shockwave through the area, steam hissing and rising into the air as the two elements fought for dominance. Blaze didn't waste a moment. While Shoto held Dabi's flames at bay, she focused her pyrokinetic powers, her flames burning hotter and brighter. With a fierce determination, she channeled her energy into a concentrated blast of fire, aiming directly at Dabi's position. The blast struck with incredible force, but Dabi dodged at the last second, the edges of his coat singed by the attack. His smirk widened, clearly enjoying the challenge. "Not bad, but you're going to have to do better than that." Blaze clenched her fists, her flames intensifying as she prepared for the next move. "We need to work together," she said to Shoto, her voice resolute. "His flames are powerful, but if we combine our strengths, we can take him down." Shoto nodded, his expression serious. "Agreed. I'll keep his flames in check with my ice. You focus on overpowering him with your fire." With their plan in place, the two heroes launched their counterattack. Shoto created an enormous wall of ice, which rapidly advanced toward Dabi, forcing him to either retreat or face being frozen. Simultaneously, Blaze unleashed another wave of her own flames, this time with even more intensity, aiming to trap Dabi between the icy barrier and her searing fire. Dabi's eyes narrowed as he realized he was being cornered. With a grunt of effort, he intensified his blue flames, trying to burn through the ice and counter Blaze's attack. But the combined force of Shoto's ice and Blaze's fire proved too much for him to handle simultaneously. His flames began to falter under the relentless pressure. "Now!" Blaze shouted, sensing the opportunity to strike. Shoto pushed forward, reinforcing the ice wall while Blaze summoned a final surge of power. The combined assault overwhelmed Dabi, forcing him to retreat a few steps. For the first time, the cocky smirk faded from his face, replaced by a look of frustration. Before Dabi could recover, Blaze and Shoto synchronized their attacks, unleashing a devastating combination of fire and ice that crashed down on Dabi from both sides. The impact sent him flying back, crashing through a nearby wall and disappearing into the flames beyond. Panting from the exertion, Blaze and Shoto lowered their hands, their guard still up as they scanned the area for any sign of Dabi. "Did we get him?" Shoto asked, his breath coming in short bursts. Blaze, still on high alert, shook her head. "I'm not sure, but we can't stay here. We need to find the others and regroup before more villains show up." Shoto nodded in agreement, and together they began to make their way through the burning cityscape, their senses heightened for any sign of danger. Dabi emerged from the rubble, his appearance even more terrifying than before. His skin, once burned and blackened by his own flames, had begun to heal as a new, colder fire enveloped him. His smirk was gone, replaced by grim determination. "I'm a dumbass," Dabi muttered, his voice low and filled with frustration. "I should have been using this from the start." Blaze and Shoto tensed, sensing the shift in Dabi's power. The air around them, once scorching with heat, began to plummet in temperature. The flames that had consumed the burning cityscape flickered out, leaving behind a desolate and eerie silence. In their place, Dabi's flames turned a chilling light blue, almost white, casting an unnatural glow over the area. As the temperature continued to drop, anything touched by Dabi's flames began to freeze over, a light dusting of snow forming on the charred remains of the buildings. The intense cold seeped into Blaze's bones, and despite her affinity for fire, she found herself shivering uncontrollably. The chill was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was as if the very life was being drained from the air. Blaze tried to stand, but her legs gave out, and she crumpled to her knees, her body trembling from the cold. Her flames flickered weakly, struggling to stay alight in the freezing atmosphere. What is this?" she gasped, her breath visible in the icy air. Shoto, realizing the danger they were in, quickly erected a wall of ice between them and Dabi. But even his ice, usually resilient and strong, began to crack under the pressure of Dabi's flames. The cold was so intense that even Shoto, with his half-cold, half-hot quirk, could feel it biting into his skin. Dabi stepped forward, his flames now a near blinding white, illuminating his once blackened skin as it returned to its normal color, healed by the very cold that was now his weapon. "You thought you could outmatch me with your little tricks," he taunted, his voice cold and unforgiving. "These flames are different. They're not just hot, they consume everything, even the heat around them. You can't fight fire with fire this time." Blaze struggled to focus, her vision blurring as the cold sapped her strength. She tried to summon her flames again, but they were weak, barely flickering in the face of Dabi's overwhelming power. Shoto, too, was feeling the effects of the extreme cold. His ice, usually a formidable defense, was beginning to falter. He knew that if they didn't act soon, Dabi would overpower them completely. "We need to find a way to counteract this," Shoto said through chattering teeth, his mind racing for a solution. "But I can't keep up with this level of cold for much longer." Dabi's smile widened as he saw their desperation. "It's over. You're both out of your depth." He raised his hand, preparing to unleash another wave of his deadly, cold flames. But just as Dabi was about to strike, Blaze felt a spark of defiance ignite within her. She wasn't ready to give up, not yet. With every ounce of strength she had left, she forced herself to her feet, her eyes blazing with determination. "Shoto, combine your heat with mine," Blaze managed to say, her voice trembling but resolute. "We need to create enough warmth to counteract his cold. If we can focus our heat together, we might be able to push back his flames." Shoto looked at her, understanding her plan immediately. It was risky, but it was their only shot. He nodded, and together they began to channel their quirks, Blaze summoning the last reserves of her fire, while Shoto directed his focus to the heat within him, igniting the flames on his left side. As their combined heat began to build, the cold around them started to wane, the frost on the ground slowly melting. Dabi, sensing the shift, narrowed his eyes. "You really think you can match me? Fine, let's see how far you can go." Dabi unleashed a torrent of his white-hot flames, but Blaze and Shoto stood their ground, their combined fire clashing with his in a violent explosion of heat and cold. The air crackled with energy as the two forces battled for dominance, the ground beneath them trembling from the intensity. For a moment, it seemed as though Dabi's flames would overwhelm them, but Blaze and Shoto dug deeper, pushing their powers to the limit. Their combined flames grew brighter and hotter, inching forward against Dabi's attack. Dabi gritted his teeth, feeling the strain of maintaining his cold fire. His body, already battered from the earlier fight, was reaching its limit. "Impossible, how can you?" he muttered, struggling to maintain his grip on his power. Finally, with one last surge of strength, Blaze and Shoto's flames broke through, overwhelming Dabi's cold fire and forcing him to retreat. The blast sent him flying back, crashing into the frozen ground with a heavy thud. Breathing heavily, Blaze and Shoto lowered their hands, their bodies shaking from the exertion. The battle had taken everything they had, but they had managed to push Dabi back, at least for now. As Dabi lay on the ground, struggling to rise, Blaze and Shoto exchanged a quick glance. They knew they had to retreat while they still had the chance. Without a word, they turned and ran, their footsteps echoing in the frozen, desolate landscape of the burning cityscape turned blizzard. They had pushed their limits in the fight, and now they needed to regroup and find their classmates. Meanwhile, back in the main plaza, Midoriya, Sonic, and Amy watched in horror as their friends were scattered across the USJ by Kurogiri's portals. The situation was dire, and they knew they had to act quickly. "Iida, go get help," Izuku shouted, his voice urgent. "You're one of the fastest here, and Sonic has more experience dealing with situations like this." Iida hesitated for a moment, torn between staying to help his friends and following Izuku's orders. But before he could make a decision, the sound of shattering glass drew everyone's attention to the security room above. A massive figure emerged from the broken window, landing with a heavy thud on the ground below. It was Big the Cat, a towering, gentle giant with an unexpected air of determination. In one hand, he held his oversized fishing rod, while in the other, he brandished a hammer, ready for battle. Froggy, his trusty companion, peeked out from his pocket, looking equally alert. "Sorry, I was asleep for some reason," Big said in his deep, rumbling voice, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "I knocked out the guy in there. It's my job to help the students." The appearance of Big the Cat was both surprising and comforting to the students. His massive size and strength would undoubtedly be a valuable asset in the fight against the villains. But more importantly, his arrival created the perfect distraction. Seeing the opportunity, Iida took off at full speed, dashing towards the exit doors. The villains, caught off guard by Big's sudden entrance, were momentarily distracted, allowing Iida to escape unnoticed. His engines roared as he accelerated, determined to reach the teachers and bring reinforcements. As Big positioned himself between the students and the remaining villains, he turned to the group, his expression serious. "Don't worry, I'll hold them off. You all need to stay safe." Izuku nodded, his mind racing as he tried to come up with a plan. "Thank you, Big. We need to regroup and find a way to counter these villains." Sonic, ever the quick thinker, was already scanning the area for their next move. "We should find the others and get them back here. With Big holding the line, we can focus on gathering our classmates." Amy gripped her hammer tightly, ready to defend her friends if needed. "I'll stay with you, Izuku. We can cover more ground together." As the group prepared to move, Kurogiri reappeared, his misty form swirling ominously. "You won't escape that easily," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. But before he could act, Big swung his hammer with surprising speed and precision, forcing Kurogiri to retreat momentarily. "Go," Big bellowed, his deep voice echoing through the USJ. "I'll keep them busy." With no time to waste, Izuku, Sonic, and Amy sprinted off in different directions, determined to find their scattered classmates and bring them back to safety. Sonic zoomed across the water in the shipwreck zone, his speed creating a trail of ripples in his wake. The chaotic scene unfolded below him. Metal Sonic was deep in the water, battling a horde of villains with ruthless efficiency, while Tsuyu Asui leapt between the debris, using her agility and tongue to take down enemies one by one. On the shipwreck above, Yuga Aoyama cowered in fear, his usually bright and flamboyant demeanor replaced by trembling uncertainty. Assessing the situation in an instant, Sonic knew he had to act fast. He began to run in a tight circle on the water's surface, his speed creating a powerful vortex. The swirling water quickly intensified, pulling the surrounding villains towards the center of the whirlpool. Metal Sonic, ever resilient, dug his metallic feet into the sea floor, withstanding the pull of the vortex while continuing to protect Tsuyu. "Hold on tight, Tsu," Sonic shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos as the vortex grew stronger, drawing the villains closer together. Tsuyu nodded, clinging to Metal Sonic's arm as she focused on the approaching enemies, ready to strike. As the villains were sucked into the center of the vortex, Metal Sonic acted as a shield, his solid frame protecting Tsuyu from the violent forces around them. With a final burst of speed, Sonic tightened the vortex, concentrating its power into a single point. The villains, now helpless against the pull, were slammed together, immobilized in a swirling mass of bodies. "Nice work, Sonic," Tsuyu called out, her tone both relieved and impressed as the last of the villains were contained. Metal Sonic, his glowing red eyes narrowing as he scanned the area for any remaining threats, gave a sharp nod. Threat neutralized. Proceeding to secure the area. Sonic slowed to a stop, the water beneath him calming as the vortex dissipated. He quickly zipped up to the shipwreck, where Aoyama was still crouched, shaking with fear. Sonic crouched down beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, Aoyama, it's safe now," Sonic said, his voice gentle but firm. "The villains are taken care of. We need to get you back with the others." Aoyama looked up at Sonic, his eyes wide with a mixture of relief and shame. I was so scared, I couldn't do anything." "Don't worry about that now," Sonic replied with a reassuring smile. "Just focus on getting to safety. We've got this." Aoyama nodded weakly, finding a bit of courage in Sonic's words. With Sonic's help, he stood up, still shaky but determined to keep moving. "Merci, Sonic, I'll try to be braver next time." Sonic gave him a thumbs up. "That's the spirit, let's get moving." Meanwhile, in the landslide zone, the situation was just as perilous. Mei Hatsume, Tails, and Toru Hagakure had landed amidst the rocky terrain, surrounded by unstable cliffs and rolling boulders. The ground beneath them trembled with each shift in the earth, threatening to bury them under a mountain of debris. Mei, ever resourceful, immediately began assessing the tools in her arsenal, her eyes gleaming with excitement despite the danger. "This is perfect. I've got just the gadgets to stabilize these cliffs. Tails, can you help me with the setup?" Tails, always eager to assist, nodded as he unfurled his twin tails to hover above the ground, quickly surveying the area. "Got it, Mei. We'll need to reinforce those weak points over there before the whole thing collapses." Hagakure, her invisible form making it hard to track her movements, called out from somewhere nearby. "I'll keep watch for any villains or incoming rocks. Just tell me what you need." As they worked together to stabilize the zone, the ground shook once more, and a large boulder came tumbling down toward them. Tails reacted swiftly, using his gadgets to deploy a protective barrier that deflected the rock just in time. Mei quickly set up her stabilization devices, driving them into the ground at strategic points. "Almost done. Just a few more and we should be able to stop any more landslides from happening." Tails flew over to help Mei with the final devices, while Hagakure, keeping her senses alert, noticed movement from the cliffs above. "Watch out, more rocks incoming." Without missing a beat, Tails used his tech to create another barrier, while Mei activated the last of the stabilizers. The devices hummed to life, sending vibrations through the ground that counteracted the shifting earth, bringing the landslide to a halt. "Nice work, team," Mei cheered, her eyes sparkling with the success of her inventions. Tails smiled, his tail spinning with excitement. "We did it. The area's secure for now." Hagakure, still invisible, gave them a thumbs up that they couldn't see but could feel from the confident tone in her voice. "Great job, everyone. Now let's get back to the others before more villains show up." As Mei, Tails, and Hagakure finished securing the landslide zone, the ground beneath them finally stabilized, giving them a brief moment of relief. But that relief was short-lived. Just as they were about to regroup and plan their next move, a menacing presence made itself known. A deep rumble echoed through the zone, and the earth began to tremble once more, this time with a more deliberate and sinister force. From the shadows of the cliffs, a massive figure emerged, a villain with a towering, muscular build and a face covered by a stone mask. His body seemed to merge with the earth itself, drawing power from the very rocks and soil around him. "You think you can just stop my landslides and leave?" the villain growled, his voice like grinding stones. "I am Bedrock, and this is my domain. You won't leave here alive." Tails immediately took to the air, assessing the new threat from above. "Mei, Hagakure, we need to be careful. He's using the earth as his weapon." Bedrock slammed his fists into the ground, sending shockwaves through the zone. Massive boulders and chunks of earth were ripped from the ground, hurtling toward the trio. Hagakure, quick on her feet, dodged the incoming rocks, while Tails and Mei scrambled to avoid the debris. "We need to take him down, or he'll bury us alive," Mei shouted, quickly scanning her arsenal for something that could counter Bedrock's power. As they dodged and strategized, another familiar voice rang out from the distance. "Hang on, guys, we're coming." Izuku, Amy, and a few other classmates appeared at the edge of the landslide zone, having followed the sounds of chaos. Izuku led the charge, his eyes filled with determination as he quickly analyzed the situation. "Bedrock is drawing power from the earth. We need to disrupt his connection to the ground," Izuku called out as he charged forward, ready to engage the villain. Amy, wielding her hammer with precision, joined Tails in the air. Tails, can you keep him off balance? I'll go in for a strike. Got it, Amy, Tails replied, already setting his gadgets to work. He deployed a series of mini explosives along the ground, targeting the areas around Bedrock's feet. The explosives detonated, sending the earth into a chaotic upheaval that forced Bedrock to lose his footing. As Bedrock staggered, Amy seized the opportunity. With a powerful leap, she brought her hammer down hard on the villain's shoulder, the force of the blow cracking the stone that covered his body. Bedrock roared in pain and anger, but he wasn't down yet. Izuku, now, Amy shouted, giving the signal. Izuku didn't hesitate. Using the full strength of his enhanced legs, he launched himself at Bedrock, aiming for the exposed crack in the villain's stone armor. With a powerful punch, Izuku struck Bedrock square in the chest, shattering the stone and disrupting his connection to the ground. Bedrock let out a final, pained roar as the earth's energy left him. His massive form crumbled, and he fell to the ground, defeated. The landslide zone, now free from his influence, grew still and quiet. Izuku, breathing heavily, looked around at his classmates. Is everyone okay? Mei grinned, wiping sweat from her brow. Thanks to you guys, we're fine. That was close, though. Hagakuri's invisible form shimmered with relief. I thought we were done for until you showed up. Tails landed beside them, his twin tails spinning lazily. We make a pretty good team. Amy smiled, still holding her hammer tightly. Yeah, we do, but we should keep moving. There could be more villains around. Izuku nodded, his mind already on the next step. We need to regroup with the others and figure out our next move. We can't let the League of Villains keep the upper hand. As the group prepared to leave the landslide zone, a flicker of dark mist appeared nearby. Kurogiri's voice echoed ominously through the air. You've defeated one of our soldiers, but the fun is just beginning. Before they could react, Kurogiri's portal began to expand, threatening to engulf them once more. A tense silence fell over the USJ as the gravity of the situation sank in. Aizawa, battered and breathing hard, stood with a look of determination despite his exhaustion. The students, now gathered in front of Aizawa, were bruised and tired from their battles, but the presence of their teacher gave them a sense of security. However, that sense was quickly shattered by Shigaraki's cruel words. Let's play a game, shall we? Shigaraki's voice dripped with malice, his yellow cape billowing behind him as he held out both Aizawa and Kota, one in each hand, unconscious and vulnerable. Kurogiri stood by his side, his misty form swirling ominously. Bakugo, supporting an injured Kirishima, growled under his breath. Damn it! The doors to the USJ suddenly slammed open with a deafening crash, and all heads turned to see the imposing figure of All Might standing in the doorway. But this time, there was no smile on his face. His eyes were locked onto Shigaraki, his entire body radiating a dangerous energy. Good, the contestant has arrived, Shigaraki said with a sickeningly cheerful tone as he watched All Might approach. Now we can begin. Without hesitation, All Might charged forward, his fist drawn back, ready to deliver a devastating blow. But before he could reach Shigaraki, Nomu, the monstrous creature standing by Shigaraki's side, intercepted the punch, catching All Might's fist with its own. The impact shook the ground, sending shockwaves through the air, but Nomu remained unflinching, its expression blank and unfeeling. You have to play the game first, Shigaraki taunted, as Nomu's massive hands clamped down on All Might's arm, restraining him with inhuman strength. Despite his immense power, All Might found himself momentarily unable to break free. Let them go, All Might roared, his voice filled with fury, but there was a hint of desperation as he glanced at the students, each of them watching the scene unfold with a mixture of fear and determination. Shigaraki's grin widened as he saw All Might's struggle. So, All Might, the game is simple. Who is more valuable to you, your colleague, or one of these precious students? With a casual flick of his wrist, Shigaraki raised the unconscious forms of Aizawa and Kota higher, his fingers dangerously close to their necks. The students gasped, the horror of the situation hitting them all at once. The decision Shigaraki was forcing upon All Might was twisted beyond belief. The symbol of peace, who had always stood as a beacon of hope, now faced an impossible choice. No, Izuku whispered, his heart pounding in his chest as he watched All Might's internal struggle. He knew how much All Might cared about every one of them, and he couldn't stand the thought of his mentor being forced to choose between them. All Might's eyes darted between Aizawa and Kota, his mind racing as he tried to find a way out of this nightmare. Every second felt like an eternity, and the weight of the decision threatened to crush him. His mind flashed back to every moment he had spent with these students, how he had promised to protect them, how he had entrusted his legacy to Midoriya. But Aizawa, his colleague and friend, was a fellow hero who had dedicated his life to protecting others as well. No more stalling, All Might, Shigaraki hissed, his fingers twitching as if ready to squeeze the life out of his captives. Choose, or I'll kill them both. But just as the tension reached its breaking point, something shifted in the air. All Might's eyes narrowed, and a new resolve took hold of him. His muscles tensed, and despite Nomu's grip, All Might's strength began to surge. He wasn't going to let Shigaraki dictate the outcome of this twisted game. I don't play by your rules, villain, All Might growled, his voice low and dangerous. With a sudden burst of power, he broke free from Nomu's grasp, his fist glowing with energy. In a split second, All Might made his move, not toward either of the captives, but toward Shigaraki himself. The villain's eyes widened in surprise as All Might's fist connected with his chest, sending him flying backward with the force of the punch. Shigaraki crashed into the ground, momentarily stunned. Nomu, reacting to the attack on its master, lunged at All Might, but the hero was already moving. In a blur of speed, All Might grabbed both Aizawa and Kota, pulling them out of Shigaraki's grip and away from danger. With the captives secured, All Might turned to face Nomu, his eyes blazing with fury. You won't harm anyone else. The students, seeing their opportunity, quickly rallied behind All Might. Izuku, Sonic, Bakugo, and the others prepared to fight, their fear giving way to determination. They weren't going to let the villains win, not while they still had the strength to stand. Shigaraki slowly got to his feet, a twisted grin returning to his face despite the pain. So, you refuse to play my game. Very well, All Might. Let's see how long you can keep up this charade of heroism. Nomu roared, charging at All Might with renewed vigor. But this time, All Might was ready. With a mighty leap, he met Nomu head-on, their fists colliding in a clash of titanic strength. All Might's breath caught in his throat as Shigaraki stood up, a twisted smile forming on his bloodied face. The resemblance was uncanny, and for a moment, All Might's vision blurred, replacing the villain with the image of Nana Shimura, his beloved mentor. She had always worn that same determined expression, the kind that spoke of unyielding resolve, no matter how many times she was knocked down. What did you expect from All Might? Shigaraki taunted, his voice filled with venom as he wiped the blood from his face, the eerie smile never leaving his lips. All Might's heart pounded in his chest as memories flooded his mind. He remembered those countless training sessions with Nana, how she would get back up after each grueling spar, wiping away the blood and sweat, always with a smile of encouragement. She had been the embodiment of hope and resilience, never once faltering in her belief in him. But now, that smile was twisted into something darker, crueler, as Shigaraki stared at him with those hollow, hate-filled eyes. And then, Shigaraki spoke the words that cut deeper than any blade. So you know my grandmother, Nana. Did you let her die? If she were still alive, she would have rescued me, Shigaraki sneered, his voice dripping with bitterness and rage as he charged forward, the ground shattering beneath him with each step. All Might's eyes widened in shock, the weight of Shigaraki's words hitting him like a freight train. Tamura Shigaraki, Nana's grandson, the realization burned into All Might's mind. He had failed to save Nana, failed to prevent her death at the hands of All for One, and now her grandson stood before him, twisted and corrupted by that same evil. As Shigaraki flew toward him, All Might felt a surge of conflicting emotions, guilt, sorrow, and a fierce resolve. He couldn't allow Shigaraki's hatred to consume him, not when he still had a chance to save those who depended on him. But Shigaraki's speed and power were overwhelming. Fueled by his rage and the dark legacy of All for One, he moved like a force of nature, his outstretched hand crackling with the destructive energy of his decay quirk. You let her die, All Might. You let my grandmother die, and now you're going to pay. Shigaraki roared as he closed the distance, his hand reaching for All Might's chest. All Might barely managed to raise his arms in time to block the attack, but the force of the impact sent him skidding backward, his feet digging deep trenches in the ground. His muscles strained as he held back Shigaraki's onslaught, the ground around them crumbling under the sheer power of their clash. But the pain of Shigaraki's words cut deeper than the physical struggle. All Might knew he had failed Nana in many ways, but hearing those accusations from her own blood was a wound that tore at his very soul. Tamura, All Might gasped, his voice strained as he struggled to keep Shigaraki at bay. Your grandmother, Nana, she loved you. She wanted a better world for you. Shigaraki's eyes blazed with fury as he pushed harder against All Might's defenses. Don't you dare speak her name. You abandoned her. You abandoned me. If she were alive, none of this would have happened. The ground around them shattered as All Might finally found the strength to push Shigaraki back, creating a brief moment of distance between them. But it was clear that Shigaraki's rage was far from spent. The students watched in horror as the battle unfolded, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Midoriya, standing at the front of the group, felt his heart ache for All Might. He could see the pain in his mentor's eyes, the guilt that weighed on him like a crushing burden. All Might, Midoriya whispered, his fists clenching at his sides. He wanted to help, to do something, but the sheer power of the two combatants left him feeling helpless. Shigaraki wasn't done. He charged again, but this time with even more ferocity. His hand reached out, decay spreading from his fingertips as he aimed to grab All Might directly. You should have saved her. You should have saved me. All Might braced himself, knowing that if Shigaraki's hand touched him, the consequences could be catastrophic. But as the villain closed in, something deep within All Might awakened, a renewed determination, a refusal to let Shigaraki's darkness erase the light that Nana had instilled in him. Nana wouldn't want this for you, Tamura. All Might shouted, his voice ringing with newfound strength. She believed in saving people, even if it meant sacrificing herself. And I won't let her legacy be twisted by hatred. With a roar, All Might summoned every ounce of power he had left, his fist glowing with the energy of One for All. He met Shigaraki's charge head-on, their fists colliding in a cataclysmic explosion of force that shook the entire USJ. The impact sent shockwaves through the facility, and for a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Shigaraki was thrown back by the force of the blow, crashing into the ground with a sickening thud. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. All Might stood tall, his body trembling with the effort, but his spirit unbroken. Nana's legacy will live on, and I will protect it, no matter what. The dust began to settle, revealing Shigaraki lying on the ground, struggling to push himself up. His face was twisted with pain and fury, but there was something else, something almost like doubt. The students, still in shock, slowly began to realize what had happened. All Might had managed to hold his ground, to protect them all despite the overwhelming odds. But the battle wasn't over yet. Shigaraki's gaze locked onto All Might, and even as he bled and trembled, his hatred burned brighter than ever. I won't stop. Not until you're destroyed, All Might, Shigaraki hissed, his voice filled with venom. I'll make sure your legacy ends here, just like you let hers end. As Midoriya watched All Might struggle, the weight of the situation became unbearable. He couldn't stand by any longer. His heart pounded with fear, but the determination burning within him was stronger. Without a second thought, he activated One for All, feeling the power surge through his entire body, crackling like electricity. It spread across his limbs, filling him with a familiar, overwhelming strength. But this time, something was different, something more intense. As Midoriya prepared to launch himself into the fray, he suddenly heard a faint sound, almost like a whisper, a woman's sobbing echoing in the back of his mind. The sound tugged at his heart, filling him with a profound sense of sorrow and urgency. He didn't understand what it was, but he knew he had to act now. With a burst of energy, Midoriya shot forward, his speed nearly blinding. The ground blurred beneath him as he closed the distance between himself and Shigaraki in the blink of an eye. In one fluid motion, he swung his fist with all the power he could muster, connecting directly with Shigaraki's face. The force of the impact sent Shigaraki reeling, his body spinning through the air as he was knocked off balance. Midoriya didn't stop there. His momentum carried him forward, but as he tried to slow down, he realized something was different. He was no longer bound by the ground. Instead, he found himself floating, suspended in midair as if gravity had forgotten him. He looked down at his hands in shock. This wasn't part of his usual one-for-all abilities. The power coursing through him felt more intense, more refined. It was as if the echoes of past users, of Nana herself, were guiding him, lifting him beyond his limits. As Midoriya hovered above the battlefield, he glanced back at Shigaraki, who was struggling to recover from the unexpected blow. The villain's eyes were wide with shock and fury, his hatred for All Might now directed at Midoriya as well. "How?" Shigaraki muttered, wiping blood from his mouth. He glared up at Midoriya, his face a twisted mask of rage. "You think you can stop me, too? You're just a kid playing hero." Midoriya's mind raced as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. The sensation of floating, the power coursing through him, it was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. But there was no time to analyze it now. All he knew was that he had to protect All Might, no matter what. "All Might doesn't fight alone," Midoriya called out, his voice firm despite the fear gnawing at his insides. "I'm here to protect him, just like he's always protected us." Below, All Might looked up at Midoriya, a mixture of surprise and pride in his eyes. He could see the determination in his young successor, and for a moment, the weight of his own burden felt a little lighter. "Midoriya," All Might whispered, a small smile forming on his lips despite the dire situation. Shigaraki, now fully enraged, stood up, his hands crackling with decay as he prepared to strike again. "You're just another obstacle in my way. I'll crush you just like I'll crush All Might." But before Shigaraki could act, Midoriya, still floating in the air, clenched his fists, focusing all his energy into them. The crackling power of One for All intensified, spreading through his body as he prepared to strike again. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting for All Might, for his friends, for everyone who believed in him. With a determined shout, Midoriya shot forward once more, his body moving with an agility and speed that took even Shigaraki by surprise. He dodged Shigaraki's decay-infused hand, delivering another powerful punch to the villain's chest, sending him crashing into the ground with tremendous force. The impact created a crater beneath Shigaraki, dust and debris flying into the air. Midoriya hovered above, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He could still hear that faint sobbing, but now it seemed to be mixed with a gentle, comforting voice, a voice that whispered encouragement, urging him to keep going. Shigaraki lay in the crater, gasping for air as he tried to push himself up. He looked up at Midoriya, his eyes filled with disbelief and anger. You won't win. I'll destroy everything All Might stands for, everything he's ever cared about." But Midoriya didn't waver. He had felt the pain in Shigaraki's words, the deep-seated anger and hurt that drove him. But he also knew that this wasn't just about stopping a villain. This was about protecting the future, about preserving the hope that All Might had inspired in so many. "I won't let you destroy that hope," Midoriya said, his voice steady and filled with resolve. "We'll stop you, no matter what it takes." As Midoriya floated there, the other students, still watching in awe, began to rally behind him. They could see the courage in his actions, the strength of his convictions, and it inspired them to stand their ground, ready to support All Might and Midoriya in this final battle. All Might, his strength slowly returning, pushed himself to his feet. He looked at Midoriya with pride, knowing that the young hero was on the path to becoming the true symbol of peace. "Let's end this together," All Might said, his voice filled with renewed determination. Nomu, fueled by the power of the Chaos Emerald embedded in its forehead, charged at All Might and Midoriya with terrifying speed. The yellow emerald glowed ominously, its power amplifying Nomu's already monstrous abilities. The ground quaked with each step the creature took, and its form became a blur, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. All Might and Midoriya braced themselves, their muscles tensing as they prepared to intercept the incoming threat. But before they could make a move, a burst of color flashed in front of them, a blue, pink, yellow, and red blur that streaked toward Nomu at incredible speed. In an instant, Sonic, Amy, Tails, and Knuckles had surrounded the monstrous creature, their combined strength and speed creating a whirlwind of chaos around it. Sonic delivered the first punch, his fist connecting with Nomu's chest, sending shockwaves through the air. Amy followed up with a powerful hammer strike to Nomu's side, while Knuckles landed a devastating uppercut that cracked the ground beneath them. Tails zipped around the creature, analyzing its movements and using his gadgets to disrupt its balance. Nomu staggered under the barrage of attacks, its blurred form becoming momentarily visible as it struggled to maintain its footing. But the Chaos Emerald's power was formidable, and the creature quickly regained its composure, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. Sonic skidded to a stop, his expression serious as he eyed the glowing yellow gem in Nomu's forehead. "Oh great, this thing has one of the Chaos Emeralds embedded in its head," he muttered, his usual cocky demeanor replaced by concern. "That explains the speed and power," Tails said, hovering nearby with his twin tails spinning rapidly. "The emerald is amplifying Nomu's abilities, making it even stronger than before." Amy tightened her grip on her hammer, her eyes narrowing in determination. "We need to get that emerald out of its head, or we're going to be in serious trouble." Knuckles cracked his knuckles, his fiery gaze locked on Nomu. "Leave that to me, I'll knock that gem loose." Nomu, undeterred by their presence, let out a roar that shook the entire battlefield. It charged at the group again, its speed even more overwhelming with the Chaos Emerald's power coursing through it. But this time, Sonic and his friends were ready. "Let's take this thing down," Sonic shouted, his confidence returning as he prepared to lead the charge. The battle intensified as Sonic, Amy, Tails, and Knuckles coordinated their attacks, each of them striking at Nomu with precision and power. Sonic used his speed to create afterimages, confusing Nomu and drawing its attention away from the others. Amy's hammer strikes landed with the force of a wrecking ball, while Knuckles focused his efforts on the gem, delivering earth-shattering punches to Nomu's head in an attempt to dislodge the Chaos Emerald. Tails supported from the air, deploying gadgets that interfered with the emerald's energy, weakening its hold on Nomu. But Nomu was relentless. Each time the heroes landed a blow, the creature retaliated with terrifying force, its attacks fueled by the Chaos Emerald's seemingly limitless energy. The ground around them was torn apart as the battle raged on, the air thick with dust and debris. All Might and Midoriya watched in awe as Sonic and his friends fought with everything they had. But they knew they couldn't stand idle for long. "Midoriya, we need to help them," All Might said, his voice filled with resolve. "We can't let Nomu use that emerald's power against us." Midoriya nodded, determination burning in his eyes. "Right, All Might, we'll take it down together." With a burst of energy, All Might and Midoriya joined the fray. All Might's fists glowed with the power of One for All as he charged at Nomu, delivering a series of powerful punches that sent shockwaves through the air. Midoriya followed his lead, channeling One for All through his entire body as he launched himself at Nomu, his fist connecting with the creature's torso with incredible force. The combined efforts of the heroes began to take their toll on Nomu. The creature staggered under the relentless assault, its movements becoming sluggish as the Chaos Emerald's glow flickered. Finally, Knuckles saw his chance. With a powerful leap, he delivered a crushing punch directly to Nomu's forehead, hitting the Chaos Emerald with all his might. The impact sent a shockwave through the creature, and the yellow gem cracked under the force of the blow. "Now, Sonic!" Knuckles shouted. Sonic, moving faster than the eye could see, dashed up to Nomu and grabbed the Chaos Emerald, yanking it free from the creature's head in one swift motion. As the emerald was removed, Nomu's body convulsed, the overwhelming power that had fueled it suddenly gone. The creature let out one final, pained roar before collapsing to the ground, defeated. Sonic held the yellow Chaos Emerald in his hand, its glow now calm and contained. He looked at his friends and the other heroes, a smile of relief spreading across his face. "Nice job, everyone. That was a close one." All Might, panting from the exertion, looked at Sonic with admiration. "You and your friends did an incredible job. We couldn't have done it without you." Midoriya floated back to the ground, still in awe of what they had accomplished together. "We did it, we actually did it." But the battle wasn't over yet. Shigaraki, who had been watching from a distance as he caught his breath, slowly got to his feet, his eyes filled with a burning rage. "You think this is over?" Shigaraki hissed, his voice low and dangerous. "I won't let you ruin my plans. You may have defeated Nomu, but you haven't defeated me." The students and heroes turned to face Shigaraki, ready for whatever he might do next. But before he could make a move, a portal opened behind him. Kurogiri, his loyal servant, had returned. "We need to retreat," Kurogiri said calmly, his voice echoing from the dark mist. The battle is lost, but this is not the end. Shigaraki glared at the heroes, his fingers twitching with anger. This isn't over, All Might. I will destroy everything you stand for, and I will make you suffer. With that, Kurogiri's portal expanded, engulfing Shigaraki and the remaining villains. In an instant, they were gone, leaving behind only the devastation they had wrought. As the dust settled, the students and heroes slowly began to relax, the adrenaline of the battle finally subsiding. They had won, but the cost had been high, and the threat of Shigaraki still loomed over them. All Might looked at the exhausted faces of his students and the new allies they had gained. This was a hard-fought victory, but we must remain vigilant. Shigaraki won't stop until he's achieved his goal. Midoriya nodded, the weight of the battle still heavy on his heart. We'll be ready, All Might. We'll keep fighting, no matter what. Sonic handed the Chaos Emerald to Tails, who carefully secured it. We'll keep this safe, Sonic said, his voice resolute. Shigaraki won't get his hands on it again. Together, they began to make their way out of the USJ, knowing that this battle was just the beginning of a much larger war. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.